into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Today's matchup. Africa Freaks. Rocks Tigers. Spenu Sonic Boom. SK Telecom T1. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
Hey guys, welcome to Champion Spring. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo. I'm back, sorry about yesterday, but things should be good. And what better day to come back than a day like today? We have, of course, Africa versus Rocks Tigers, Spenu versus SK Telecom, and these are probably the most one-sided matchups we could possibly have in the tournament right now.
Yeah, definitely up there, and there's
hey,
Chobra,
what do you know?
#1 game trader.
Yeah,
back.
no kidding. Traitor! Traitor!
He loves the Kokalkon, though.
If I had like my spinning like OGN baton, I would totally attack Chober right now and yell traitor at him, and then I'd attack him with my inexplicably spinning baton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it
Just like
keeps
that
people
Stormtrooper.
guessing. Keeps people guessing, you know.
I
Keeps
guess.
yourself guessing. Who knows if you can actually control that thing?
I know, yeah. You know, why does it deflect a lightsaber? Who knows? Maybe we'll find out.
Well, what I learned
Yeah.
about The Force Awakens is there's not an explanation for anything. So I just have to take everything
Hey,
at face
I will take
value.
I will take anything other than midi-chlorians at this point, okay?
All right, fair
I'm
enough,
fine
fair
with
enough,
that.
fair enough, fair
I'm
enough.
okay with it. But yeah, our first match of the day, dude. Africa Freaks taking on the Rocks Tigers. Rocks Tigers have been absolutely incredible this season. They still maintain like 2,100 gold leads at 15 minutes. That's more than double the second place team in the league. Like, these guys look as unstoppable, maybe more unstoppable than the Tigers did at the beginning of spring season last year.
And they've gone through pretty much all their tough matches so
They have.
far. We've seen them take out KT. We've seen them take out SKT now. So who's going to stop these guys? They're actually moving into the easier part of their season as far, or of the first round robin, I should say, as far as their matchups are concerned. And that starts today with Africa. Tigers still have the lowest average game time in the league at 33 minutes. So they have just been rolling through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Africa has some of the longest game time in the league, but I think
The
that's going to get
longest.
the longest, but that's going to get shortened quite a bit today, I would think. I mean, going into this one, you know, let's not really try to pretend that this isn't going to be anything other than probably a stomp, but it should be interesting because this is the thing, is that when you have these really good teams against a weaker team in the league, how do they approach that, you know? Right now, they're starting their full roster, so are they going to be lazy? Are they going to kind of mess around, or are they going to play it seriously?
Yeah, and I mean, the Tigers, we'll see what they do. I mean, they've been playing this very accelerated style, very low ward style of League of Legends. Remember,
Sure.
the Tigers are still last in the league in warding per minute and wards cleared per minute.
Yeah.
Because of Peanut just being in the other jungler's face all the time, you don't, I guess, need to ward when Peanut constantly is staring down the enemy jungler.
Yeah, that's right. They've got the battle ward, right? They've got Peanut. He's the guy that gives you vision, and he kills the players on the other team, too. So you don't need to know where they are if you know they're dead. So Rocks Tigers still on top of the league right now with 5 wins at +8, undefeated so far. SK Telecom going a little bit farther down at 4th place, but they should be able to move up today. It's been a bit of a weird season for SK Telecom. Blank has not worked out very well. It's not a meta for Bengi in the jungle, so we'll see what happens as the season progresses.
But Nunu buffs this patch on 6.2.
That's true.
It's going to happen, Noah.
That's true. We could see the return of Bengi's Nunu just in time, right? Just when the meta was slipping away from Bengi, the Nunu buffs come in. Somebody at Riot's watching. And of course, they are going to be in our second match against Spenu Sonic Boom, a team near the bottom of the league as well, along with Africa Freaks.
At the bottom of the league, in fact. They're still looking
That's
for
right.
their first match win. Unlikely that it will come against SKT, but SKT needs a little bit of a breather, I feel. They lost to the Tigers. And the first 2 games were very close, and then EM Fire, they didn't play very well.
No, not really. So we'll see what happens today. They are starting the main roster, but let's move in again to our first best of 3. And there are the Africa Freaks. And these guys have been, unfortunately, a bit of a disappointment. I mean, at the end of summer, they looked like Team Anarchy. Their old team was moving up a bit in the world. Nikki Songyun trying to carry this team, but it just has not been coming together this season.
Well, they're still number 4 in gold differential at 15 minutes, so it's not that their early game has been weak.
Yeah.
That is not the case. Now, they have the longest average game time at 43 minutes. It's that once they get that lead, they don't know what to do with it. They can't close the game, and as a result, they've taken a lot of losses.
Yeah. It seems like it's kind of the most anti-matchup of matchups for them, though, to go up against a team that does the best in the early game of any team in the league. I mean, now that kind of takes away their only chance of success, doesn't it, based on past stats?
Yeah, it's the Tigers are just so good at snowballing and closing these days.
Well, we'll see how they do today. There they are, the Rocks Tigers, of course, your runners-up for World Season 5 just a few months ago. And man, you got to wonder what this team would have done against the SK Telecom team we saw at the end of Worlds. I mean, SKT was good, but I wish we would have seen this Rocks Tigers play against that SK Telecom. That would have been an awesome best of 5.
It would have been wonderful, and Peanut is the one who's rejuvenated this team. You can check out, there's a very good article on Oracle's Elixir by Magic talking about the difference between Peanut and Score so far this season.
Yeah.
And Peanut so far has put together an astonishing average, this is an average of 3.2 kills plus assists in the first 15 minutes of the game with 0.4 deaths during that period. So Peanut is on average at least contributing to over 3 kills in the first 15 minutes every single game. That is an enormous number for a jungler.
Sounds like Peanut.
Yeah, he's just been there, he's making all the plays, he is dictating the pace of the game, and that pace is light speed.
It's actually a really exciting time, I think, for the jungle in Korea between him and now Crash coming up as well. We'll see
Score,
what these
who's
guys
been
can do.
great.
Yeah, Score. And so, our little bit of stats before this match. As you can see, the Rocks Tigers doing much, much better overall. The Africa Freaks, they did get that 2-0 win over Spenu, so at least they do have a match win on the books anyway.
And they pushed Janair to the limit also. That was a very long series, very hard fought, but Janair did win in the end. However, since their victory over Spenu, taking that 2-0 to Longzhu and not putting up much of a fight in that best of 3.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Rocks Tigers only losing 2 games total on the season, otherwise doing very, very well overall. I'd say 100% match win rate is very, very well.
Yeah, 10-2 overall, you can't argue with that, and the losses they've taken have been against other strong teams in KT and SKT.
Yeah.
They've performed quite admirably, as you can expect, and look at those monster
man.
KDAs.
That is crazy. Like the entire Africa team just fits inside of the KDA of the Rocks Tigers. That cannot be a good thing for Africa Freaks.
It's not really a good thing for anybody that the Tigers are facing. Kuro has been a standout. Since the addition of Peanut, it really has been Kuro that has benefited the most. We're taking a look at the average game times here. Win average for the Tigers is 31 minutes.
That's amazing, actually. That's so short, because that means there's a considerable amount of games that are sub 30 minutes that these guys are winning.
Absolutely. And the Rocks Tigers, they have a 92% first blood rate at the moment.
Yeah. Who does that? Who does that?
So in 11 out of 12 of their games, they have gotten first blood. Just such strength. The Kuro 2 is the highest kill player in the entire league with over 60 kills already this season.
Yeah.
So he has been absolutely dominating. You can't give him Victor. He's been performing on LeBlanc. Very deep champion pool that this guy has.
Kuro's always been so good too at, knowing when to come in on a fight, just not dying, just playing safe, but still getting a lot of damage done. He's not a flashy mid laner or anything like that, but he really kind of pushes his champions to the limits, and I think gives the least back to the enemy team out of any mid laner in the league right now.
He's been quite strong. He's second in most statistical categories like damage per minute, only to Faker.
Yeah. But I bet he has less deaths than Faker. I can guarantee you that.
Well, Tigers haven't been dying much overall, so we're going to go into the first game here. Picks and bans. We'll start Africa Freaks. Take the blue side.
And we'll see what the bans are going to be. The Quinn ban, of course, against Smeb is something we've been seeing quite a bit.
Yeah, SK Telecom actually managed to beat Smeb's Quinn, but that was on a kind of protect the 80 carry, 4 men peeling for a blue Ezreal run by Bang, and I don't think Africa is going to play that same strategy with Mickey in the mid lane.
The GP and Rise, the next 2 bans. But we did see Rise lose yesterday, but that was a bit of an anomaly. That was also CJ, I believe. So. Wait, Alistar. All right.
So not going to first pick. They're probably going to try and first pick Callista here if they have the opportunity. So the Tigers have to choose whether Lulu or Callista is going to be the ban, and it will be neither. Corki
Okay.
taken out instead, and they're going to be first picking Lulu. Not a very Mickey-esque champion, but he's been expanding recently.
Well, insta-lock Nidalee for Peanut. What did you really expect?
We've seen that Nidalee ban come through against Peanut too, and it's just the clear speed on that particular champion, and what you can do with it as a skilled jungler is pretty impressive. For those of you who didn't catch the second game of CJ versus Longju last night, if you like junglers, please go watch Game 2, where Crash played Nidalee, and remember that this guy has played 2 professional games in his career. That was his second, and see how hard you can carry on a jungle Nidalee. It was astonishing.
See, one almost wonders if Peanut didn't just lock in that Nidalee to be like, all right, the gauntlet has been thrown. I got to get 150 CS up above Lyra. I think that's going to be tough, though. Lyra's a bit better than Bubbling.
Yes, he is. Lyra's actually a very strong jungler in most aspects. They are going to take the Trundle.
Okay. And they're going to grab the Elise as well. Yeah, I mean, that's the weird thing about the Africa Freaks, right? Is that all of the players on the team, arguably were improving, were looking pretty good coming into the season, and like you said, they just don't seem to be able to close out games once they get that lead.
I don't see why you wouldn't pick Victor here if you're Kuro. It's your best champion.
Yeah.
You have an 80% win rate on it. It's your most played champion of all time. You add that bit of wave clear. It synergizes well with the Nidalee for some poke.
We saw some pretty great Bard play from Mad Life yesterday, but Gorilla hasn't been bringing the Bard quite as often.
New Shen is available. We are on patch 6.2.
True.
We might just grab the Fiora here and try and split push. It will be, I think that is actually a top lane Trundle from Africa, if I had to guess. Because I think we're going to see Thresh, Lucian with a top lane Trundle from them. So the Bard lock-in will be happening. So will the Fiora, so...
Well, they gave Fiora to Smeb. Okay. All right. Just going to be one of those games then. Okay, sure.
You only have so many bans, Doa, unfortunately.
Yeah, I suppose.
We've talked a lot about it this season, but Gorilla's been pretty much getting Alistar every single game.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that I would maybe say you could throw out in favor of like a Fiora ban or something would be maybe the GP, but it's tough to ban against the Rocks Tigers right now. I mean, every person on that team has picks that you just quote-unquote can't let them have,
That's definitely the truth. So, Lucian Lissandra. We've been seeing a decline in Lissandra play, and this would be a nice burst composition, but they still don't have an answer if they pick the Lissandra for the Fiora, and they also don't have a great matchup for Lissandra either, so it will be a Victor last lock. That's
all right.
Pretty standard, but I'm a bit concerned. I would have thought they would have put another strong split pusher into Trundle into the lane, but instead they're going to dedicate themselves to grouping and trying to team fight. They've got a lot of zone control, but it's going to be the Songyun show, and Songyun has been putting up big numbers in terms of his stats this season, typically on Callista, but his Lucian is actually his most played champion in his career.
Yeah.
So it could be interesting to see how they play. Basically, they've got a lot of peel, and they've got zone control with Lysandra and Trundle, but that means they're going to be looking for the 5v5 team fights. However, Smeb is going to be very difficult to stop, especially since Mickey is going to be playing with Ignite on that Lulu instead of going for TP.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a hard time seeing, what's going to stop Smeb from TPing behind this team when they group up and just eliminating the carries.
Well, the Africa Freaks are hoping that they can just group and allow Songyun to carry them in the late game, but that, I think, is going to be a tall order. They have to get there first, and the 4-1 split, they've got plenty of wave clear on the side of the Tigers, and frankly, Gorilla can disengage almost anything with a good Tempered Fate, the Bard ultimate. So this is going to be a little bit dicey, I think. Lyra's going to have to be a very heads-up jungler against Peanut and his aggressive tendencies with Nidalee.
Yep. That's a lot for Africa to worry about, that aggressive early game. Closing out the late game, we'll see if they can make those things happen, because they've got a tough opponent in the Rocks Tigers. Let's get into game one.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift. Back again for another day of champions here on OGN. Thanks for joining us. Rocks Tigers versus the Africa Freaks. And Kuro on his favorite Victor.
This is the pick you don't give him.
Yeah, but you say that about, you can say that about Fiora, about Smeb, you can say that about Peanut and Nidalee. You can't ban against the Rocks Tigers right now.
Okay, I mean, the Tigers obviously engineered this to bait out the Lulu, right? And so they tried to lock Africa into a situation where they would have to pick Lulu, and since they didn't ban Victor, they can't really do much about it. They could have sent Lulu top, then taken the Victor in the mid lane. I just think that giving the Victor over is highly problematic, and especially when you give it as the last pick of the draft on the red side, you have plenty of opportunities to deny before that. It's not like Mickey can't play Victor either.
Yep. Hey, look, it's not all Thunderlords.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of changes so far.
Yeah, well, 6.2, I mean, they did make the attempt to make more of the Keystone Masteries available. This is the first time we've seen them on the broadcast, unless they did last night.
Yes, they did.
Okay, I missed the first couple minutes last night. So.
Finally getting
My
those
bad.
Keystone
There you
Masteries up.
And what wrath will Peanut bring to the enemy team? That's what I'm wondering. That's what everyone's wondering. They saw him start that red, and he knows it. He sees the ward debris. So he knows what's up. Where's he going to go from here? I mean, it is good for the Africa Freaks to do everything they can to keep an eye on Peanut. A little bit of early pressure from Gorilla on Songyun, but wow, nice pillar from Snowflower. They get the flash out of Gorilla right away, and the summoner heal from Prey.
Yeah.
Whoops, a little bit of a misstep early on by the Rocks Tigers bot lane.
Yeah, definitely a good start to the laning phase for them, and you have to be really careful
Yeah,
in that particular scenario.
you definitely do.
Interesting that we see the top viewer going for Grasp of the Undying here. Not going to have so much max health on the Fiora, so we'll have to check in and check out that build, but with building Titanic Hydra, you at least have some more usefulness out of that item, and just the sustain it can give you in the laning phase is obviously a plus.
Yep. Songyun and Snowflower are certainly a solid bot lane. I mean, even if Africa Freaks haven't been able to close out games, they're still a team to worry about in the early game. And look at this, Smeb getting ganked up in top lane. He may be in a lot of trouble, gets first blooded by the Africa Freaks. That's only the second time this season that the Tigers have given up first blood. That came out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, it was a 3-minute gank, pretty typical coming through. Peanut is going to 3-buff them in response, but you have to be careful. There's a lot of CC in that lane, and they know they need to shut down Smeb early. That's what they're going to do. They get the early kill, and they deny some CS on that turret. So a very good start for the Africa Freaks, obviously burning summoners in the bottom lane in the 2v2, and then having a successful gank at the top side. Smeb didn't even have a chance to look like to use his flash right there.
Yeah, he knew he was going down, so he just decided to save it, which is probably a good idea. Now, before their match against SK Telecom, the Rocks Tigers had an average gold lead at 15 minutes of something like 2,700. So it dropped a lot during that match. That was a little bit closer of one.
Still
but,
over 2,100.
yeah,
I mean, it's still a huge advantage.
I think Jin Air is in second with 800 something, so still more than doubling the second place team in the league.
Yeah, Africa also is in fourth, but they only have about 477. So much more normal sort of average gold lead to have for a strong early game team. 2,100 is just a huge, huge number. And we now have enough games. I mean, they've played 12 games already, so it's been pretty consistent.
Pretty extreme lead to have.
Already, I mean, they played 2/3 of an LCS season already with those numbers. So.
That's one way to look at it, isn't it?
I like to look at it that way.
It is nice to look at it that way, isn't it? Puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
Sure does. Sure does.
Well, aside from the early gank on Smeb, not a whole lot going on. Just kind of wave clear wars and none of the early lane swaps that we've seen off and on this season. Lyra coming up again, but this time Peanut is approaching from the lane, so he'll be around. But Smeb may still be in trouble here. He's got his flash. There's Peanut. They see him. And that's going to prevent any gank from coming in. In fact, Lyra has to run, taking a spear right away, using that cocoon to back off. Smeb coming in. They're getting aggressive here. Ixu could be in trouble. A lot of low health targets. Lyra flashes. Spear barely misses Lyra. That was so close.
Yeah, but they got a flash out of Lyra right there. Ixu manages to escape even without his. Smeb still has a flash available, so nice engagement there from the Tigers to chase him back. Mickey getting poked out of this lane.
I think they may dive here. Nice spear. Oh, their pause hits as well. Smeb dives in for the kill. The W locks him down. Ixu manages to pick up the kill. A little bit of an error there. Peanut. Oh, the minions. Oh, man. And Lyra grabs that one. Yeah, that probably does feel pretty good, doesn't it?
I love watching Ixu. He's one of the most expressive players. He always has these great moments on the camera.
Well, Smeb, not respecting that Lissandra W when he decided to go in there and try to grab that kill. It looks so good, but you can see, I mean, nothing phases these Rocks Tigers, man. Peanut laughing about that one.
Well,
I don't think they're too worried.
They got a little bloodlust there when they landed the spear, and they got the slow in from the riposte, but it just wasn't quite enough to get the kill, and then they overcommitted. If Lyra hadn't been there, they would have traded 1 for 1, but Lyra still lurking around waiting to respond. Good anticipation of the gank from the jungler of Africa.
Yeah, not bad. And so as Mickey comes down for a few more wards, we'll see what everyone else is up to. Smeb did use his flash in that last fight.
And we see Peanut taking the Saber. This is not a common item in the jungle these days, but Peanut, again, is by far the least warding jungler. He does not get the Tracker's Knife. He wants to fight you straight up and have these duels.
Yeah, he's had as low as 10 wards in a game.
Yeah, he has 0.47 wards per minute, so he places basically less than 1 ward every 2 minutes as a jungler. Now, part of this is his champion pool, right? He's not buying, or he's not playing champions that get a lot of sight stones. So he's been playing Kindred, which is banned still on 6.2 universally due to it being bugged, and Graves and Italy. So, but not even getting the Tracker's Knife. That is bold.
Yeah, that's Peanut. This is how things work. I think our trinkets are bugged on the overlay too. Look at that. Look at all the early ones. Oh, it's gone now, but trust me.
Okay.
They all looked like they had just been used, but they hadn't all just been used.
Well, coming back in here, they are going to get some damage down onto the bottom turret. Peanut is just trying to counter gank right now. He smells this possible gank coming back in.
Yeah.
And he's just going to take a look at it, but Ixu not opting for the dive. They are both level 6, and Lyra will be seen for the lane gank. Now he just realizes the pink ward is there, so he will have to back off. Peanut back in base. At the very least, Peanut has been farming very heavily. Sure. So at least getting an advantage there. He did trade that top lane kill onto Smeb for the red buff at the start of the game. And not to mention, Smeb is actually keeping up in farm. So this isn't enough yet. Rocks Tigers actually have a lead right now due to the good CS from mid-jungle and the bot lane in spite of falling behind in terms of kills. So this is not enough damage yet for Afrika to survive a late-game Fiora.
Now they need to do more.
And look at that counter jungling. So they saw Lyra on that top side pink ward. They just run through and get everything. They have the Sentinel there inside the enemy jungle. And just a really nice takeaway.
Yeah. Scuttler taken as well. And Lyra, yeah, left without a lot of farm. Crow taking some damage. He doing a pretty good job in the mid lane duel, but there's just not going to be any big all-ins too soon.
Each mid laner is going to go take that blue buff. Mickey having some favorable trades there thanks to his shield and the Thunderlords.
Yep. So, Rocks Tigers have about 5 minutes to get 2,000 gold ahead. Maintain that average.
Or else that precious statistic might go down.
That's right. It's such a great stat. You know, you want to. That's the kind of stat you want to keep as long as you possibly can.
That's okay, though. In the next game, they can just get 4,000 gold ahead by 15 minutes.
Oh, that's true.
It'll just even it out.
You're right. You got to think long term.
Smeb now actually picking up early Merc treads, and this is probably smart in a lane where he's dealing with so much crowd control. Between Elise and Lysandra, 3 forms of CC able to lock him down.
Yeah, definitely. Keeps it a bit safer. Are we going to see a dive onto Kuro here, maybe?
We're going to try, but Peanut is here. They need to
Yeah.
rethink this.
Yeah, they are going to rethink it, just leaving a ward and heading back to the river again.
I like what they're doing, though. They're trying to snowball the advantage that they earned for Ixu in the top lane into other parts of the map. And those are the kind of plays you have to make. You have to make the plays based around your strength. And they nearly find an opportunity there. They still have TP, so they could make something happen down in bottom.
Yep.
Peanut here. 0 wards.
Good job, Peanut.
Just, you know, cooldown boots. He gets set for the solo dragon that he's going to take here at 11 minutes into the game. He will be seen, though, on this ward, but there's no one who can really respond to this except for Elise. I mean, look at the waves in mid and bottom right now. They just can't get in there. They're going to try and make a TP play.
Yeah, that's right. Magical Journey's going to take him out. Actually, the follow comes through. Peanut throws a spear prey back under his own turret, and now Afrika Freaks could be in trouble here. Lyra from the side, and everyone's collapsing onto the people stuck in Tribrush. Ixu ults himself. Kuro poking from the side very carefully. Grand challenge issued. In fact, Ixu picks up a kill. Double kill comes in, and Afrika Freaks are going to actually win this fight as Smeb goes down. That was a bit unexpected.
That was a very weird fight, but Afrika, when they saw the dragon, that's when they tried to strike and actually snowball the advantage that they had from the top lane and get in there. So they actually managed to get the Ring of Frost route down before people went into the Magical Journey with Lysandra. If you take a look at this, and you see, there's the Ring of Frost. It's already down onto Prey and Gorilla. And so they try and follow through. Gorilla gets it. But I'm wondering what happened to Fate's call here, because he's taken, and then he just launches into the wall. Like, it looked
weird,
like it actually messed up. Gorilla's going to flash forward, but he doesn't get the stun because Ixu ults too fast. And then the knock-up. Great wild growth right there. Kuro just can't make it happen alongside Smeb, even though everyone is in the Grand Challenge and the Chaos Storm. But that was a misplay from Gorilla. It looked like he misclicked and couldn't get over the wall, and he just got bounced right back into the lane and had to flash.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the champion equivalent of what happens when you try to place a ward too far over and it just pops back to the wall you're in front of.
Well, you know, they actually fixed that, a lot of that in this patch. They changed the way that flash and wards over walls work. And so it's supposed to be more reliable now, but I just think that was a misclick, honestly, from Gorilla.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
I mean, it was straight up at the wrong angle. So I don't know, but Rocks Tigers, they should have had a better counter engage right there, but they flubbed it. And that meant that we saw enough time for Ixu to get his ult off. And that's going to lead to a nice little gold lead here for Afrika.
Looks like they are going to need that 4,000 gold lead in game 2 after all. They may not even have one this game.
Afrika has been strong in the early game. That's definitely been a trend. It's just their shot calling falls apart late. And it, again, against the split push that the Rocks Tigers have with this Fiora, it's not going to be pretty if we go to 30 minutes.
Yeah. Peanut's still putting down some deeper wards, trying to... Who am I kidding? He put down a ward. He's trying to counter jump as much as he can.
Try for this dragon one more time.
Okay.
The ward is still there, and they are going to see it. So Lyra
should
try
get
and gank Smeb.
Yeah, Smeb going in onto Ixu. There's the ult onto Smeb, though. Smeb trying to finish off that kill, but Ixu with the E over the wall. And Smeb, can he escape? He's trying. Ixu coming from the top yet again into Tri-Brush, but Smeb can escape into the jungle. Kuro coming up as Smeb dodges over the wall. Looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, that was a
close call.
So Victor moved up just to use the Frost Queen's Claim to try and slow them down, and Mickey actually didn't have a very good wild growth there.
Yep.
To try and catch them out. They are going to take the Rift Herald as a response, but Peanut is again on the bottom side of the map trying to take their Krugs.
Yeah, he gets seen though. Just takes the ancient Krug, just the oldest is called. And well, all sorts of political ramifications in that statement, huh? Meanwhile, Rift Herald taken by the Afrika Freaks.
It's okay, the ancient Krug was no longer useful to Krug society, though.
That's right. The old and the sick are eliminated. Yep.
And turned into gold for young Peanut.
Yeah.
17-year-old jungler.
I thought he was going to pull an ambition moment there for a moment, though.
So Lyra now will be seen. Just checking that. And we'll clear out the ward that was most recently placed there inside the Afrika Freaks jungle.
By somebody, but probably not Peanut. In fact, certainly not Peanut.
He's got the sweeping lens, you know. He's been actually, in terms of junglers, Peanut has been middle of the pack in junglers when it comes to wards cleared. It's just his wards placed that's particularly. TP.
Yeah, looks like Ixu's coming in again, and Prey gets caught. Nice pillar by Trundle. That's an easy kill for the Afrika Freaks. Gorilla gets out.
And here we go. Ixu does have that buff, but he's not going to stick around. He wants to get back into this top side as Smeb starts to work away on this top lane turret.
Not enough of a minion wave either, I think, for Smeb to take this turret.
Nope, just getting some damage down at the moment.
Yep.
Freaks, though, putting together a very solid early game. We've seen some very good teleports from Ixu, and, you know, they've come in. They've shut down the Fiora so far, and they have expanded Ixu's influence into the bottom side of the map and turned it into kills for Songyun and for Mickey. So the Fiora is still a threat because the CS is still there, the farm is still there for Smeb, but they've accelerated the pace of this game.
Wow. And the Afrika Freaks not able to take that bottom turret just yet, but it should be soon.
Yeah, but the top turret goes to Smeb, and that's the big concern now.
Yeah, Smeb has been unleashed, essentially.
Ray not actually going to be able to save this. Nice pillar to secure the turret kill. One turret for one turret, but trading evenly right now for the Tigers is absolutely fine. And I'd love to see the mid lane turret here and how much damage Kuro's been able to put down, but so we're not going to take a look at that right now. Ray farming pretty far forward, and they don't have any vision on the enemy side.
Spooky ghosts.
Just checking to see where Elise is, and that actually is going to go all the way up to the top side to Lysandra.
Yep.
Right now, and Smeb doesn't want any part of that, so he'll just retreat right now, wait for that wave, play as cautiously as he can. But they have TP advantage, so they could try and dive this bottom side.
We'll see. Summoner's all up for the bot lane for Afrika Freaks, so it wouldn't be easy, but it looks like they will back off anyway.
They have to figure out what they're going to do about this, though, because the Freaks are now pushing down onto tier 2, and Victor has to go into top lane. Prey gets a couple shots, but be very concerned about what this Lysandra is going to, how far she's going to split push. She's going to get some time there. Peanut there just proxying the wave, giving them enough time to take the turret. So Rocks Tigers happy to play the trading game early. They have the dragon advantage already.
Yep. So they will take their second turret of the game. Get that one down at bottom. Just need the one in mid now. Smeb surprisingly a little bit down in CS to Ixu as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been repeatedly ganked in camp this game.
Makes it hard to CS, doesn't it?
It does. He's actually done really well considering the circumstances and the fact that he's 1-3-2 and has faced off against a whole lot of pressure at the top side.
Well, Kuro still there to save the day in the end if they need him, I suppose.
Yes, he is. And he hasn't had any trouble getting pretty big. Luden's Echo actually for Mickey, so really looking to put out some nice poke damage here.
Yeah. Nope. Hello.
The Tigers really haven't been able to get very many deep wards in. Part of that is because Peanut simply hasn't had them in his inventory on some of his invades into the red side. And part of that is Gorilla really hasn't been working with Peanut to try and advance that line. They're slowly working their way through.
I mean, it was a pretty intense 2v2 throughout most of the early game, so Gorilla pretty occupied with that, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely, especially after that early trade went so poorly for them.
Yeah, you need to make sure Prey still gets off to as good of a start as he can. And Rock's Tigers are going to take this second Rift Herald, I suppose.
You would suppose correctly. They're going to get some
I
Prey.
suppose.
Peanuts here does smite it just to get the Raptor buff so he can clear out some wards.
We'll see if they can get mid lane turret. Not anytime soon.
Africa is starting to just pile up in the mid lane. They already have the split push, they have the TP available, and they're going to go after the second dragon of the game. I don't really think that the Tigers are in a place to contest this.
Yep, they've got it, and the Tigers don't want to fight it.
The Trundle really not very useful though against the Bard. So you can always have that option to magical journey out of where the pillar is. So as long as you can make sure that you have that Bard E up, you're going to be in a pretty good situation.
Yeah, that is true. You can just go through it. Doesn't stop you from being slowed on the other side, but you still get to take the shortcut anyway.
So Prey is going to be pretty quickly pushing out in the top lane as long as he has the Herald buff still on him, but he does take a little break for some Krugs right there. They're just trying to farm their way back into relevance. I think that the Tigers believe themselves to be further behind than they actually are. They're only 500 gold back. Peanut has a very substantial CS lead, and they're even in turrets, but when it's 8-3, you may think that more gold is in your enemy's pockets than it actually is.
Yeah, the kills probably making them a bit uncomfortable.
But Prey hits his power spike, 2 items now on Callista after farming out that last wave. And the minion wave pressure is in their favor, so that's going to cause everybody to sort of walk into the mid lane right now. They don't have the vision to continue split pushing really any deeper than they already are. Smeb going to just get the Scuttle Crab because he has nothing better to do.
Yep, it's not good when you say things like nothing better to do about your Fiora.
Well, for now, Doa, let's just hold our horses.
Well, I mean, we saw
wait.
We saw what happened yesterday, right? I mean, some days Fiora was kind of quiet, they were behind all game, and then he just decided to TP behind the enemy team and win.
Yep. Well, I think we may see something similar again. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. I think that's kind of what players like Smeb and Someday do on Fiora. Wow, Trundle. Settle down, man. It's not that bad.
It's got to scream sometimes in the enemy jungle.
Takes a lot of effort to bring that pillar up out of the grime and muck of Summoner's Rift, I guess. Disgusting, dirty ground of Summoner's Rift.
Siege is back now for Africa.
Yeah, Cocoon doesn't hit anybody. That turret is almost gone.
It's getting close, and Smeb is going to be there. He's simply going to take the farm in the top side yet again. He'll be able to clear it out pretty quickly. They don't really have a great ward for CP on in case they do want to try and break this siege by a flank.
The closest one would be the Raptor pit. That'd be an awkward way to engage from. Tiger's pushing back though.
Yep. Bully Lyra right here out of his own Raptor pit. And Africa has to break off as they need to collect the minion waves in the side lanes yet again. And this has really been Season 6 so far in a nutshell. Those outer turrets go down, it turns into a big ARAM in the mid lane with people breaking off, and they're very slowly chipping the mid lane down.
Yep. Healer goes down. Are they going to engage Lyra waiting in the Raptor pit? Doesn't look like they are.
Well, it was almost exciting there for a second, though. Now everyone just going to mass recall.
Well, the interesting thing about this point, is that I guess Songyun just dies immediately.
Kuro didn't even have to use Flash for that, and Songyun didn't use either of his summoners. I have no idea how that happened. Also, Gorilla didn't use his ultimate, so that was super weird. I don't know what the setup for that kill was. Maybe he was just standing there and got...
Mickey very low too, ults himself for the knockup, but that may have not been wise, as he's not part of this fight right now. They may have to give up this tier 2. Peanut goes in, gets W'd immediately though. They're chasing down Ixu, but I don't think you want to run into that after the top laner. Meanwhile, Smeb coming down from the top. They may have Ixu bottled up until he uses that E to get away.
I mean, Ixu still has his ultimate, but he's got to be concerned about Fiora, who's bearing down on him from the top side. This will just be a blue take though. And another recall from the Tigers.
I want to see what happened to Songyun. Hopefully we will soon. I mean, this is a point in the game where the African Freaks kind of fall apart, right? This is where they start to have to try to turn that lead into a win, and they just have not been able to do that. Okay, let's see what happens. Songyun. Oh, that was a mistake. Whoops. I don't know, Songyun. You're a good Lucian player, but that was not one of your finest moments, buddy.
Wow. I mean, Kuro doesn't even have Ignite this game. He has Cleanse.
Kuro's just like, thanks, bro.
That was a severe underestimation of the amount of damage Victor could do to him.
I guess.
Mistakes were made.
The definition of being blown up. That was pretty one-sided. Well, they're going to go in again. They catch Kuro up, throw him in that Lissandra ultimate. He gets taken down. Nice pick from the Afrika Freaks, and that may get them a turret here.
Yeah, they knew the cleanse was down, so they decided to make a play, and they're going to answer with a mid-turret of their own, so it all evens out in the end. Smeb is still a huge problem for them, and they don't have an answer, so they're going to try and trade tier 2 for tier 2.
And he's going to be more and more of a problem for them as the game goes on, too. But
they're going to try and create a pick out of Prey.
There's
Prey.
a ward. Wonder where that ward came from.
Wow, that was bold. Lyra may have been able to actually nail a cocoon off of that.
I was wondering. All right, there's a pillar. Ixu comes in. E, nice W to lock people up. They're going to go right on to Prey here. Prey in a lot of trouble, goes down. Smeb takes that top turret. Tempered Fate comes in, traps the entire Africa team. And here comes Peanut to try to make something happen. Smeb gets in the back line, so Oliver Mickey gets the kill, gets the heal. And now the Afrika Freaks in big, big trouble as the Rocks Tigers turn this one around. And this is going to be an easy team fight win. A little bit of an over-engage from the Afrika Freaks, and this is exactly what you can't do when you've got this little lead that they built up.
Well, they hadn't had a lead in a little bit. They had fallen behind by about 2K gold, and now the Baron is 9. Wow. So Smeb had a great TP to start off that fight. He really did a good job of coming in and turning that one around as Africa stuck around too long underneath that turret. Once they got Prey, we saw the Tempered Fate from Gorilla, and that bought enough time for Smeb just to get into the back line and on top of Mickey immediately, who didn't have the wild growth to really do anything about that. So let's take a look at this again. I mean, it looks like a good fight, right? They're going to take Prey down, but watch the Tempered Fate. Hello, that is a 4-man Tempered Fate. Now Smeb is just going to wait here. Look at this. He stays underneath the turret while the rest of his team does some damage. Mickey he finds on the side, and he's not quite going to get that. Just flashes over to complete the kill and therefore get the heal. And then they're just stuck between a healing Fiora and a turret, and that turret does a huge amount of damage.
Yep. Yeah, the turret did a lot of the damage in that fight, and that's going to lead to another Dragon for the Rockstars as well.
Nice
red steal for Peanut. Just Peanut things.
Yeah, and Lyra couldn't smite that. It was still at over 800 HP, it looked like, so.
Man, that works. And so how are the Rocks Tigers going to put this Baron buff to use now?
I think they will split push with Smeb.
That's a good idea.
Ixu TP'd somewhere.
You went up to top lane to try to push that. They're still looking for the tier 2 up in top.
Kind of missed that during the replay right there.
I guess so.
Songyun does not want to go 1v1 versus Smeb right now.
Didn't work out very well against Kuro. It's probably going to work even less well against Smeb.
Ixu doing a good job of split pushing though. Now Peanut has to deal with this. Peanut is tanky-ish. He has the Abyssal Scepter and he has the Rod of Ages, so he's confident he can actually live through the Lissandra burst. Let's see if he can.
He's going to try, missing that spear. Meanwhile, a fight down in mid lane. Snowflower knocked off. And that's going to be another turret. Peanut, meanwhile, the long, protracted duel. There's the Thunderlord's proc. Peanut hit with that W. Locked up for the moment. Ixu gets into the Baron pit, narrowly dodges that spear.
Now, he did use his ult already, so Peanut is still going to be pursuing this.
Peanut
Has to
is
dodge
coming for
the
you.
Qs. It's Q dodge from both players.
It's like a little mini game between these two guys right now. Meanwhile, the siege goes on down in bot lane. And it looks like Ixu's going to come out on top of the Peanut Ixu minigame. Unless another spear gets hit right now, but it doesn't look like from the mini-map Peanut's going to try anything.
No, he's just going to go take some jungle camps instead.
Guess so. Well, that's the end of the split push for the Afrika Freaks anyway.
Yeah, they nearly got that tier 2 though. All in all, that wasn't too bad considering that Afrika didn't have the Baron buff and the Rocks Tigers did. To even put pressure on a turret, and in a way that delayed the Tigers from actually taking anything else, any more turrets in this game, at least for the moment. Because they haven't been able to transition that Baron buff into anything except for one tier 2.
Oh, Tempered Fate comes down. No follow-up, it looks like, though. Maybe they would have had something there.
No.
Magical Journey.
Yeah, I don't know what their plan was with that Tempered Fate. That's a long cooldown, too. Taking a look right now, Peanut is 3,000 gold ahead of Lyra. A pretty big advantage there. You see the 45 or so CS differential.
Not bad. Acro's gonna just get this lane prepped to push.
There we go.
And looks like it's gonna be one of the longer games for the Rocks Tigers, but they've got time. You know, I mean, Kuro's just gonna keep getting stronger. Smed is gonna keep getting scarier, coming into the back lines, and Brain Gorilla, of course, are gonna be just fine on their own.
Yeah, nobody can stop him.
Yep.
He's moving toward that Spirit Visage, which will, of course, synergize nicely with his Grasp of the Undying and his ultimate, so getting a little bit bonus healing out of his Keystone Mastery and out of his ult, so that'll be quite useful. It's also going to be taking the Distortion Enchantment and probably building into Bloodthirster next.
Yeah, just a very, very self-sufficient Smed build, or Fiora build. I guess Smed is the one building Fiora, so they both apply.
Peanut refuses to ward anymore. It's like, I need this Ruby Crystal. I don't
Get
need
that health,
wards.
man. How are you going to survive the tower dives without the health? I think it's pretty obvious. He needs that. Don't worry, he'll just turn it into a Sightstone. I've got a good feeling.
You're funny, though.
Sightstone incoming for Peanut.
The post 30-minute jungle Sightstone.
Yep.
I would be hilarious if we saw that, actually.
It would be a first. By first, I mean it'd be the first time Peanut has ever built a Sightstone.
Well, we're just in a bit of a waiting game right now. No objectives to be taken. So Tigers simply want to get some more control over the enemy jungle and keep the pressure on while they can, and then just wait out for the next dragon or the next Baron.
Smeb in a 1v2 could be in a little bit of trouble trying to get away. Ixu coming in as well. Looks like Smeb's going to get taken out.
And that's what happens when you don't have wards, Doa.
Yep, that's right. If only there was a jungler that was putting some of those down for him. Nope, Peanut's got better things to do. Ah, he found that one. See, if you take out their wards, then nobody has vision, and it doesn't matter anymore.
I see.
Right? Think.
I mean, what doesn't matter is Smeb dying, actually. He didn't use any summoners for that. He was already pushed all the way up. There isn't an objective that can be taken by the Freaks at all, so his death is rather meaningless right here.
Wow, that's really cold of you. Tell that to Smeb.
His death is meaningless.
He's the one who
we're just
went
going
through it.
full nihilism on the Rocks Tigers at the moment.
Smeb is meaningless. The top lane pushes result in only sorrow.
Not sorrow, just
Oh,
apathy from the universe
All right.
of League of Legends.
there you go. My bad. Well, they just, they're nihilists, so they believe in nothing naturally, you know?
They do.
Well, Afrika Freaks have a small window here to try to push back. And we'll see what they make of it. But I feel like when something like this happens, in a game like this, it usually ends with a Fiora coming from behind, killing everyone that you need to stay alive on your team.
And Fiora is vicious in that way.
Yeah.
All right, Africa standing on the just taken Scuttle Crab. I don't know where our Dragon Timer is this game.
Yeah, good question. Some things have been really weird in this game. Numbered Fate keeps the Dragon alive for now. Rocks Tigers want to claim it. Dragon still be taken by the Afrika Freaks. They're forced away. That's going to be a Dragon for the Tigers as Peanut takes it. Now the fight begins. Snowflower trying on. Ooh, Lyra has to flash out of the Dragon Pit. Kuro coming from the top now, and as Ixu engages, that's going to be tough. He's Onius, but he's not going to last very long. Easy kill there. Knock up for Mickey. Tried to keep him alive with the Wild Growth, but that did not work at all. Magical Journey brings Gorilla closer to the fight. And the Rocks Tigers can just turn right onto this Baron.
Yeah, Baron's back up too. I'm not sure where.
Oh, Songyun. All right, Summoner Heal used.
Smeb didn't have to flash for that either, so.
No.
Summoner right there.
Yeah.
I don't know where the Baron and Dragon Timers are, guys. So.
Well, I mean, we were having issues with the trinket cooldown things too, so something's kind of buggy today. Oh, all right, Baron getting taken by the Rocks Tigers. At least we're not bug splatting, right?
Hey, the night is young, Della.
I know. Songyun. Oh, he's not going to last too much longer. Already out. Smeb gets to hang out. And Relish has completed challenge. As Rocks Tigers just simply bully the Afrika Freaks back into their base again.
Well, late game Fiora, what can you say? Get to this point, you don't punish it enough. She's not denied any kind of farm or CS, and you get a player as skilled on her as Smeb is, and it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, very true.
Nice
that Fate's call. Wow. Really nice takedown for Ixu there. They're going to bring Trundle in as well for an easy kill. And a little bit of return action from Lyra, but it's not going to prevent the inevitable as a double kill comes in for Peanut. Another great jungle performance for him on that Nidalee. And the Rocks Tigers took a little bit longer than usual, but they will be able to secure about a 35-minute win here, depending on how long they want to frolic by the fountain. And looks like not too long. There we go. The Nexus goes down. GG. Rocks Tigers takes game one.
Yeah, and I really think Afrika did a good job trying to snowball out of that early game. We had that successful gank from Lyra, and then the transition of Lysandra into other parts of the map to try and get everybody rolling. But in the end, the Tigers are just so good at team fighting that they misplayed with the Kalista ultimate when the turret dive came through, and they lost that 4-for-1 trade. But besides that, their team fighting was just vastly superior to what we saw from the Afrika Freaks. And Songyun just, they couldn't keep him alive, and he was the main source of damage output in the late game.
Yeah. Songyun also during that game kind of underestimating the amount of damage that was incoming during certain periods too. We'll see what the Afrika Freaks can do to muster up a defense here in game number 2, but things proceeding pretty much as expected, I would say, so far.
Yeah, Smeb really has to be careful, though. That was a pretty poor showing during the 3 minutes. He really underestimated the Lysandra-Elise combination. And as Fiora, you got to expect that there could be a 3-minute gank coming your way. And there's so much crowd control that playing a bit more cautiously would have certainly behooved him, because that one death led to a whole heap of advantages for the Afrika Freaks, who played better tonight. They really did than we've seen them in the last few outings.
Yeah, it was certainly a strong early game. And we'll see if they can transition that into maybe a win here in game 2. But I think as long as the Rocks Tigers tighten things up just a bit, they should have no trouble closing out this series with a 2-0. But we will find out right after the break. No Faye, I'm sure, has some choice words for the Tigers after that game. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with game 2 right after this.
Took away the prophet's dream. When you've been fighting for a long life, you've been struggling to make it right. That's how a superhero learns to fly. You've been fighting for it all your life.
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Our Game 1 MVP is Smeb, which is a bit surprising. He didn't really have the strongest early game. He kind of just did Fiora things in the late game.
Yeah, he did, and especially, he did have a nice comeback, though, from when he died in the early game, and he was a major factor in some of these late game team fights. This was just a fantastic teleport, too.
Yeah.
And you just got to admire Smeb's patience here, because he knows that if he just blocks out the outside, Peanut is doing a lot of damage, comes in on his own, and so he just makes it so that they have to make a very tough decision whether they're going to back off into him or how they're going to deal with getting stuck between these two turrets. And then at the end of the day, he's just here, dashing forward, taking out or taking out champions. And see it again. Songyun gets flashed on right here. Slides that up, gets the grand challenge down before he gets hit by the cocoon.
Yep. And it was all cleanup at that point. Put on the split pushing pressure when he needed to, and kind of just, like I said, he did Fiora things.
It's what you expect.
Yep,
From
it
a
is.
great Fiora player like Smeb or Someday. And
That was my MVP that game.
another fine performance. Have you noticed that Smeb really doesn't like to put his lips on the water bottle? No, nobody else drinks from that water bottle but him.
Huh.
But he always just pours it into his mouth.
I don't know, maybe he's really worried about diseases. They've
From
been
the
going
sealed
around,
water
I've heard.
bottles. They have been.
Yeah, people
really.
people get sick once in a while, yeah. It does happen. Not that I know anything about that this week. I caught up on Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., though. I've been wanting to watch that for a while, so I pretty much steamrolled through an entire season yesterday.
I'm done caring about comic book movies. I just want.
Oh, it's a comic book TV show, man.
Whatever.
Big difference.
Don't care. I'm over it.
I find it entertaining.
No more superheroes. I'm bored of superheroes.
Jessica Jones is really good. So is Daredevil. If you don't want to experience the joy of that media, that's fine.
Oversaturated garbage? No, I don't.
Don't ever change what you just said.
You don't change either, Noah.
I don't plan on it. We're going into game number 2. Rocks Tigers versus Africa Freaks. We'll see what the bans are this time. Rise. Banned out.
Yeah, getting a rise out of the Rocks Tigers.
Oh. Is it really, though? Do you think they really get excited? Like, oh, we're banning Rise. Fiora ban.
They've banned to both sides, so I assume they do get excited. And there's the Poppy once again. So Corky was the last ban for the Tigers. They could just stick to that strategy. Fiora now going to be a mix-up, but I think Rocks is just trying to get a first pick Alistair here.
Could be. It depends. Africa thinking a lot about the second ban. And this could lead to a GP getting through.
Well, they are going to ban the Quinn, so GP and Alistair were their other two bans in game 1. They won't have that luxury this time. They are actually going to ban the Alistair. That is really surprising with the emphasis, but now they just want Callista, because GP, Lulu, or Callista, 2 of those are getting through. And they're not probably going to pick the Lulu because they were able to out-team fight the Freaks last game, even though the Freaks had Lulu. So this should be a Callista, I would assume.
I mean, we could see the Lulu
Or
pick.
Corky.
Oh, yeah,
Corky is available. So.
Corky was banned last game, yeah. All right, so Corky probably going to Kuro, but we'll see. Prey could take the 2. And so some strong picks left up for the Africa Freaks, and Lear's just going to take that Nidalee away.
So
I don't know how well that's going to work out.
Callista and Italy. This is actually the same red side draft that we saw from the Tigers in the last game.
Yeah.
But Lulu is still up. There's a lot of power picks making it through the draft here.
Rocks Tigers are like, oh, we shouldn't have picked Corky because we could have just picked their team and then beaten them with their own team comp from the game before.
That's how you truly style on someone.
We've seen it before.
We have seen it.
We
It's
have seen
great.
it before, yeah.
I love it when that happens.
And Lulu will be the lock-in, pretty unsurprisingly there. And Braum is actually going to go over to Gorilla.
Yeah, Braum, a champion that we haven't seen a lot of in Korea. It has been used more substantially, I would say, in other regions, but
Blocks spears pretty well, though, I've heard.
it's pretty good at blocking spears, and it's also been historically one of Gorilla's most picked champions.
Yeah. Okay. Thresh for Snowflower would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, definitely a comfort pick for him. Taking a look at the Braum record here. Gorilla is 10-6 on Braum all time. Really nice win rate there.
Pretty good. And do you want to take, I suppose now, I mean, things like Ezreal are kind of taken off the table by having that Braum on the other side too?
Yeah, and I think that's smart because now when they take the Braum away, the Rocks Tigers can still use the Braum for disengage, but they're setting up a poke comp, and Mickey is going to get his Twisted Fate. One thing that we didn't even mention, though, in this series is that there haven't been any Zed or TF bans against Mickey for probably the first time this season.
That's a good point, yeah. Every other series against the Afrika Freaks seems to have been really worried about giving Mickey that Zed or the Twisted Fate. And
they've let the TF through, but no one has let the Zed through. However, apparently that is not a concern of the Tigers, and they're not even going to pick it here. So this, I'm hoping that this sets the stage for no more Zed bans, so we actually get to see Mickey play Zed at some point.
yeah, but would it be good right now? Do you think so?
Wow, this could be actually a top lane Lulu. Smeb does like to flex it into the top lane, so we could be seeing a triple 80 carry composition.
Oh, it will.
Okay, this is bold because they don't have a tank, and with the TF, if Mickey plays TF as an initiator, they can actually get into the back line, and Braum is only going to be able to disengage in one direction. But the problem is the last time Mickey played TF, he built for split pushing even though he took Ignite. And that was really a big problem because he never got the chance to engage on the poke composition. He's got to get an earlier Zhonya's Hourglass in this game, and I also like the fact that he's taking TP. Now Mickey has had some really bad TPs in the past, but I think they just need to double down on the opportunity to engage onto the Rocks Tigers.
Well, a big tank would certainly serve the team well. Gnar fits the bill, and again, if you get any good Gnar ults off, it's going to be really hard for the Rocks Tigers to stay alive. That is a fragile team.
Yeah, Ixu always been a Gnar player, and they needed some way to lock them down. But their primary form of engage here is going to be a TF ult gold card Zhonya's, because Gnar is more of a follow-up. They can also create a pick with the Thresh Hook maybe, but the Tigers had a clever draft. They took the Braum away early, and that was mostly just a denial pick so that they didn't have to deal with it on the enemy team when they wanted to go for this massive poke composition that they're choosing to run, because a Braum would be disastrous against what they're doing. So they take it away, but it introduces a new wrinkle, a new problem into their own composition, because now Mickey becomes really strong. The Twisted Fate could definitely win this game for Afrika.
So you think it's all about poking that mid lane turret then, trying to take that out as fast as they can to keep Mickey down?
Yeah, but it's about the engage for Twisted Fate, because it's not going to be about the ganks from TF, it's about the mid and late game engage where he can just disrupt the backline enough for Ixu to get in there and follow up with a Gnar ulti. So that's going to be the thing to look for here, because catching them while they're overextending down the lane, even if that mid turret goes down early, when they start to set up for tier 2 sieges, that's when it's really going to be a danger, because an Ixu, a Gnar teleport and a Mickey ult could really absolutely devastate this tankless composition.
Makes sense. Well, we'll see if the Rocks Tigers can make it work. Time to get into game number 2 and find out.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands.
And here we are once again on Summoner's Rift. Rocks Tigers looking to close out a 2-0 against the Afrika Freaks, but they haven't exactly made it easy on themselves, picking a interesting poke comp to try to do the job, and if it works, it'll be a short game. If it doesn't work, it could be a long and arduous ordeal, couldn't it?
Maybe. It could also be very fast for Afrika, because they only really need one good team fight to take a Barret and then just smash the Tigers. Because the Tigers are not going to be very good at resisting dives. And this is an interesting stack that is going on here. Only Peanut showing that the trap.
Ooh, I like it. Getting cheesy.
They are going to 5-man invade on this side. And they're going to find Lyra. Lyra has to pants out. So.
It's a pants out?
Pounce out.
Pounce out.
Pounce out.
Is that a pants out? Get a pants out of that gank.
Getting my interesting accents on tonight.
I guess. Monty's true accent comes through.
I've been hiding it for so long.
He was born in the deep south. There's there. Yep, I thought so. I kept your secret for years, but I can't do it anymore.
I guess I'm going to have to go back to the Bayou in Louisiana after this.
Cook up some crawdads. Sounds delicious.
Crawdads are delicious.
Actually, they are. That's true. I've had those myself, yes.
Louisiana food, Cajun cuisine, some of the best.
And eat shellfish. I'm not eating a lot of solid food these days, but when I get back there, maybe someday I'll add that to it.
You've reverted to your infantile state now? No solid food for Doa?
There's a lot of soup.
Just put the crawdads in a blender. We're good to go.
Ugh. Leave the shell on so you have more calcium, I suppose. Cooking with Chef Doa. The name of a show that will never, ever happen. Yes.
The blended crawdad.
Crawdad smoothie. Just add a little bit of ice cream and avocado in there.
Delicious.
It's so good for you. It is the breakfast of champions. Well, Gorilla lands a Q on the Snowflower in exchange for the hook attempt. The bot lane has begun.
It has. It has begun.
And it continues. Thrill a minute this bot lane.
I know. Well, Snowflower and Zanyu getting the early level 2 in both of the games so far.
Yeah. I mean, they've played well in the laning phase, certainly, and it hasn't been, you know, we've said this all night, but it hasn't been the early game that's been the problem for the Afrika Freaks. It's been after about 20, 25 minutes where things start to kind of fall apart. Maybe we'll get that early Rift Scuttler. Do you think we might see an early Dragon too? No, I guess not.
No, we're just fading up at the top side. They can't really do anything right now. The Tigers have successfully frozen this. And so waiting, slowly moving down on those minions, but it is going to reverse now that the minion wave reaches the caster minions. Actually, look at what Gorilla and Prey are doing right there. They're actually body blocking their own minions to prevent the wave from moving quite as quickly. It's still going to move because they have more caster minions on their side, but they're trying to get and play back underneath their turret as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, the minions are complaining to Rito about, oh, this champion block is so annoying. We're just trying to walk down the lanes, and these champions are stopping us.
Our purpose is to kill the minions, the red minions, but man, can't even get there.
Rito, please.
Brahm's hitbox is too big.
Champ block is real. The minions are getting champ blocked. Oh, Lyra just getting a deep ward in. Something you don't see very often from Peanut. But then again, Lyra did go for the tracking knife. Tracker's knife.
I mean, you don't see it very often from Lyra. Lyra is actually the second worst jungler in the league when it comes to wards per minute. But even then, he puts down more than 0.2 more wards per minute than Peanut does. Peanut?
Yeah.
He is addicted to the red smite.
Can't blame him. I mean, wards are great and all,
but blowing people up in a duel, that's way more satisfying.
Exactly, exactly. We've said it before. You don't need to know where they are if you know they're dead. Solves the vision problem completely.
Yeah, I can see on that they're on a countdown from being dead. Yeah, so
they're not in the game right now.
It's
Therefore,
the clearest
they are
way.
not anywhere.
I don't need a ward to see that. I can just press tab.
Yeah. And tab doesn't cost you anything. Yet, anyway. I don't know about these microtransaction games.
5 gold to press tab.
Would you like to peek at the enemy's build? Uh-oh. It's a gank up in top lane. Iksu in a little bit of trouble. Peanut walking in. Teleport happens. Smeb a little bit low, and that one doesn't work out as well as I think they had hoped it would have.
Well, they get Mickey's TP, so that's going to be nice if they poke him out. But Lyra's here, and, well, that spear isn't going anywhere. That gold card is, though.
Kuro, a little bit of trouble. Has to use that cleanse right away, turning off some damage onto Lyra. Lyra, though, wow, just wants to get hit with the Gatling gun, I guess.
Well, he was seeing if he could get maybe another pounce off there, but Kuro deciding to back off.
Well, that'd be, yeah, I suppose, but...
Hi, Peanut.
Uh-oh, Peanut. He's going to get his wish. Oh, hey. Yeah. Oh, see, you should have built all AP. That gas canister would have killed him. Peanut's just having a great time, though. That's the best thing about this team, is that whenever you see the booth, these guys are always having a good time no matter what.
It's like, you see how I blew his flash?
Yeah.
He didn't expect me to be there, even though he knew I was just topside.
He was too busy trying to kill Kuro. You know, but really, Kuro did a good job of going back in and, you know, keeping Mickey there to give Peanut time to get in position when you think about it.
Yeah. Absolutely true. Gray and Gorilla have lost a few of these minions to the turret so far. Having some issues in that laning phase. Ixu now goes for the all-in. Did use his Gnar before turning back into mini form, so it is just an ult for ult trade.
Yep.
And cooldown boots first for Mickey, so he's trying to maximize that uptime right now. And
That grabs the Frost Fang too, so working towards that Frost Queen's claim. We still don't know what she's claiming.
she's claiming that you are slowed.
I guess so.
Uh-oh.
Peanut. Oh, he's like, yes, thanks for coming to me.
Yeah, he should know that Snowflower's there. Yeah, he's not going to do anything too silly. Just pull his Raptors right back into the brush, and it'll pop his buff immediately.
They just softened up the Raptors for him. Which, if I'm going to fight Raptors, I prefer somebody soften them up for me.
Just hit him with a meat tenderizer a few times.
Yep. That's right. Raptors are pretty tough otherwise.
I don't know. I've never eaten eagle, so I really wouldn't know how tough raptor is.
Well, I don't think those are exactly eagles.
Well, they are feathered, so they're like eagles or falcons. They fall into the class of raptor.
I suppose.
Are they predatory birds? Yes.
I don't think they could really predate on anything. Oh, Kuro with a lot of damage on the Mickey. Here comes Smeb. Tried to make a gank out of it, but Mickey responded with the gold card just in time.
I wonder if ostriches are counted as raptors.
I have no idea.
And actually, those raptors do a lot of damage, though.
What do I look like, an ornithologist? I'm a caster Monte Cristo, not an ornithologist.
Thanks, Bones.
Was saying I needed more Star Trek references, so there you go. Oh, Mickey in a lot of trouble here. He may actually go down. Another rocket.
Oh.
Kuro flashes for it. Lear there with the spear. Nice dodge from Kuro. Doesn't save him. But Peanut's like, yeah, well, they call it collateral damage for a reason. Thanks, Kuro.
Kuro all in right there. Mickey had no flash from that last gank attempt, so makes it easy for the all in. Lyra there to mop it up, but Peanut's the one at the end who ends up with a double buff refresh.
Getting that kill on the Graves early on is really nice, too. This is just a perfect meta for Peanut, too. Graves, Kindred, Nidalee.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Tigers can really compete after a major meta change, because the Cinderhulk meta really threw them for a loop last year.
Yeah.
And if Peanut has to play more utility junglers where he can't just go balls to the wall, it may be a problem for them, because in the meta we saw last year, Peanut actually really did struggle.
Well, good for the moment anyway.
Unquestionably. But Brock's here. They're not actually getting so much damage down on the turrets, and here comes a package gank.
Yeah. Kuro. Package at the ready. Oh, it's going to go back to mid lane, though. Gets seen by a ward, too, so no real mystery as to where he's at.
Okay, well, they try and motion for a dive in top, but here we go.
All right, Mickey coming in for the TP, or for the ult, rather. Smeb gets it with the gold card. Whoa! That was not something you can get out of. Peanut trying to get a little bit of revenge, but it's too late.
Peanut's revenge. Not much in this case, but you could see what Smeb was trying to do right there. He was trying to position himself to wild growth himself as soon as Mickey came in from his ultimate, but unfortunately he couldn't get there in time, and a great follow-up from Ixu. So another well-planned gank. And Africa's early game plan continues to look strong. They play well with each other and around their abilities on the map, so that means that Mickey has gotten rolling now. First gank, definitely a success, but they're only 700 gold up.
Yep.
Thanks to their pretty unfortunate trade in the mid lane.
And, you know, we saw them have a lead in game number 1 as well, and it didn't end up helping them in the end. But there's no Smeb on Fiora this time around to bail them out. This time, it's a little bit different.
Well, but it's about Africa's ability to execute these late
hard.
game team fights, and you know, Doa, they just couldn't do it in the last game. They have to actually flank with the Gnar, with the TF here.
Hello, wow. Kuro going in with the package. Nope, just with the Valkyrie. Just pushing Mickey out of lane. He's managed to get a little bit of a CS lead. And not too surprising with Mickey leaving lane for that gank earlier.
Yeah, not much damage down on the turret. Mickey has done a good job of balancing his time in lane and his wave clear against that gank in the top side, so it hasn't resulted in too much yet.
Yep, that's right. Fight down at bot. It's 3v2 against Rocks Tigers. Gorilla uses his ult. Here comes the teleport, though. Coming in from both sides. Bray turns around, gets lit up as well. That's a double kill for Songyun. Smeb comes in, but there's not much Lulu can do in a 1v5. And Peanut on his own.
Well, that was a TP that should have been canceled by Smeb. There were 2 TPs coming in right behind everybody from Mickey and Ixu. And that was just definitely not going to go the way of the Tigers, and they actually give up an extra kill. They could have traded a top turret for that. Instead, Africa now with a big advantage, and they're going to take it straight into the first dragon of the game.
Yep. And it hasn't been the strongest day early on for the Rocks Tigers.
Great,
this is ugly.
Yeah, great engage, but it started as a 3v2, and it turns into a 5v3. I mean, 4-man ult, good job, Smeb, but there's way too much damage there. And burst at the end. They couldn't get Graves down into the bottom lane fast enough, so now 2,000 gold will be the advantage to Africa.
Yeah. I think they were just kind of hoping Prey could hold out until Smeb could get there, but didn't work out.
Tigers looking a bit lazy. They definitely had those teleport timers available, and in both of the games, Africa has been actually playing around the teleports very well, and Mickey, who has had some very poor teleports earlier in this season, including just showing up and dying immediately as Victor, kind of like feeding kills with TP a lot of the time. On this TF, even when he hasn't used his ult, that TP was very good.
Yeah.
Even his teammates were actually mentioning it in the interviews, how bad his TPs were. So your teammates are sitting there in an interview saying, yeah, we won, but man, Mickey doesn't know how to use TP. You know it's bad.
Well, he's been working on it.
Gnar 2, he going for the X Drinker, and so just trying to,
Well, speaking of TVs, and Smeb thrown against the wall again, trying to get back into turret. Ixu taking a lot of damage. Mickey takes that turret aggro, and that's going to end up being a clean game.
Oh!
Wow, Mickey had to flash. Yeah, got out of that collateral damage. Not bad. Might have been a kill for me.
But still there, again, they spent this entire series preying on Smeb so far. Ixu really delivering on this Gnar, building for the magic resist and the damage early.
Yep. And it's a pretty solid gold lead now for the Afrika Freaks. Ixu under turret, taken out by Peanut. Never mind.
Wow.
Peanut
Bold
takes matters
play.
into his own hands.
He's like, I know you don't have flash.
Yep.
Comes in and grabs a kill on the back end of that gank, and with that TP, there's now 3 people in the mid lane, and they're just going to zone them off the turret and bust this down with the help of Lucian and Corky. So there we go.
Yeah.
But again, Mickey, he's going for the Lich Bane first. This is what he did in the last game that he played Twisted Fate, and it just didn't work. Now, at least this game, unlike last game, he is taking Teleport instead of Ignite, so he can actually split push at any point in the map and still be a split pushing threat. But
collapse on the Snowfire and Songyun. Box used. Gorilla doesn't want to go around it. They're happy just to keep that turret alive for now.
Yeah, doesn't want to use the Glacial Fissure. There's not a follow-up there. Happy enough to get the box out of their opponent.
Yep.
So they got 2 towers now. 2 towers to none in favor of the Tigers, and that has allowed them to even up the gold score of this game.
And that may be what the Rocks Tigers need to start that comeback.
Ixu's a bit worrisome. He's actually not built for team fights right now. He's built for split pushing. So it comes down to how we see the Afrika Freaks sort of distribute these lanes, because they could set up for a 1-3-1, but it's a little fast considering that Songyun doesn't have the Hurricane yet for the wave clear that he actually needs in order to apply the split push pressure in the mid lane. And now, some more Warcling right here. But Africa obviously very nervous about pushing up too far. They do have the teleport advantage for the time being.
Yeah, and you can sort of feel the momentum change a little bit, I feel like, in that last little engage. It seems like all the aggression from the Africa Freaks has slowed down a little bit.
Well, they have
and we're at that pivotal point now, you know?
They have to keep making plays. Now, they have some good wards deep in this bottom side to try and dive this turret and maybe take their first tower of the game. Looks like they're not going to need to. It's getting pretty close. Lyra's here, does sweep out the ward, but he is seen.
Mickey's not close enough to try any sort of dive either.
See Kuro just threatening the bottom side right now, very aware that the double TP could come in, especially since Ixu just hit that Mega Gnar form in the top lane, and they're pushing it up. They are hyper aware now of the teleport options.
Oh, package attack. Hello. Mickey against the wall in a lot of trouble here. Kuro has to run, and somehow, some way, Lyra comes up with a kill. Peanut brawling 1v2, and here comes Smeb, and with that shield, they'll be able to force him back, but Kuro got a little bit too excited with his package there. Hey man, I'm just saying what happened, that's all. I'm just saying what happened. Glacial Fissure used. Zongin's gonna toss Snowfire to safety, who will then lantern him to safety. Call that the safety dance.
Well,
I'm just using the ability names that Riot has given me.
They did name it that.
They did. Oh, and the culling should push Lyra back for the moment anyway. Here comes Mickey though from the side. He's gotten his health back again. Flash Flay onto Prey. Prey backs away. Kuro gets in the middle, blocks a lot of damage from coming in. Rox Tiger still in the disengage. Peanut comes in with a big damage though. To get that one, he may get taken out. Yep, that gold card should do it.
Ixu came back at exactly the right time.
Yep.
To make that play happen, and Peanut there, like, I should have dashed into 4 of them.
He's like, man, I just wanted to put that Mauve Malmortius. I just finished a good use.
He did actually put it to very good use against the majority magic damage, of course, coming from Nidalee and the Twisted Fate. He does have some decent heal there while the shield proc goes off to continue fighting in that front line. I think he did play that right, but look at the package right here.
I will.
And he tries to get it down, but it's really Lyra. So Kuro flashes out, and look, Lyra flashes to block the rocket. That's just a great play there, and gets up the kill at the same time, and they narrowly don't kill the Gnar in the end, and he's going to keep over-committing to this mid lane right now. Now they see this on the side, they want to go for it, flash ultimate, but you can't flash ult when Fate's Call is up, so a mistake there from Gorilla. No point really in committing to that.
Yep. And Lyra going for this dragon right now. We'll see if Rox Tigers can stop them.
He's going to try and ult it, probably.
Yep. Walking in, he's like, it's mine. Oh, he didn't quite get it. Peanut gets got, though. Goodbye.
He does.
Meanwhile, the Rift Herald ends it all. He's just done with this game.
Well, this is a very good position now. Africa Freaks fighting back. We got a sloppy game here from the Tigers.
It's really sloppy. Yeah, not so happy about that one, huh, Peanut? Oh, meanwhile, Ixu, he's pretty tanky, though. That's Mega Gnar, man. Nice two-man ult. Prey, though, not quite caught in all the CC. They will get the kill on the Braum, though. Smeb is going to be next. And I don't know if Rox Tigers can actually come back and win this one.
Well,
it's possible, but
they're not getting the siege, and that's the kind of engage they need from the Twisted Fate, just constantly disrupting that backline. They're playing a composition with no tanks, and this is what you get if you don't group and siege properly and get the wards in. Instead, they're trying to take fights like they could actually brawl it out here, and even though Ixu is actually not that tanky with just a Hex Drinker and a Sterix Gauge, more of a damage-oriented build overall, he's still able to get that big CC, and Smeb didn't have a chance to use his ult there. He was just chained one CC into the next.
Yep. Well, it's going to be interesting to see if the Rox Tigers can pull this one off.
I think Doha, in the end, they're still so good at team fighting that once they wake up and actually play to their win conditions, that they're going to be in a much better place. But the thing about the Tigers is, one, the poke or siege compositions, when you get the outer ring of turrets down, they take a lot of warding. And the Rox Tigers ward less than any team in the league, and they clear fewer wards as well. So there probably will be a lot of vision left over for the Freaks to work around when it comes to flanks with TP, or even Mickey making safe teleport options with his ultimate. And of course, if he pops that Destiny, you'll be able to see everybody anyway.
Yep. Very good point.
I feel like if you're going to run this kind of composition,
Oh, they caught Snowflower there. Can they get the win? He's going to try to hook in. There's Fate's call, throw back into Peanut. Peanut in trouble. Mickey coming in with that Fate's, or with that Destiny rather. Easy kill onto Peanut.
Why do they keep using ultimates against the Thresh when Fate's call is up?
It is odd, isn't it?
They're way overcommitting to killing this Thresh when it's all too easy for Sangyu just to rip him back in.
Well, they need a bit more damage to blow somebody up that quickly, you know? Maybe they thought Snowflower, or maybe they thought Songyun rather wasn't there. But they're going to lose a mid lane turret for it. At some point.
Ever so slowly, perhaps.
And Onyx Tigers trying to just defend this as best they can. They're doing a pretty good job of it too. Peanut's back. So Ixu just retreating to the top lane for a bit more split pushing.
Why not? He's been really delivering this series against Smeb. Had that lead in the last game. Now Smeb 0-4-1 in game number 2. So really struggling with this top lane Lulu.
Yeah, just not a lot of damage at all.
And they took this away. There are, of course, a lot of other top lane picks that they could have had that would have formed a more robust front line for their poke composition. And Tom Kench was 100% available in this game. They wanted to take the Lulu away, but they instead were met with the Twisted Fate, which should be pretty predictable from Mickey.
Yeah, it seems like too the Braum just isn't doing a whole lot when it's all said and done. I mean, we know why they took it, but it just hasn't made a big impact yet.
Well, Braum is only good when you're trying to disengage from people running straight at you, because his ult can only be used in a line in one direction. So if you don't have that, and somebody comes in from the flank, you're not doing much on Braum, realistically.
Here we go, package comes in, Ixu with the flash right away. And so they get the summoner out at least.
That's actually really useful for a follow-up engagement. Now Mickey's going to start split pushing. He's got that Lich Bane, so he's going to be melting through these turrets. Oh, he forces a TP. That is huge.
Wow. Now the Tiger's not ready to use that turret. Meanwhile, Prey caught on his own flashes before the gold card connects. Nice spear from Lyra. That nearly was enough right there.
Well, easy to hit spears when you have a gold card there to immobilize somebody, and Prey a little bit late on the flash, so the gold card traveled along with him after that gate came in, but it was perfect. Nice zone there from Mickey to set up for just to secure the turret. That's all you need to do.
Yep. So now what do the Afrika Freaks do? I think they may be kind of wondering the same thing.
Yeah, just take top turret, and then they start choking out vision control over Baron.
Oh, flash play onto Gorilla. Gorilla has to burn his summoner to get out.
Yeah.
Not a flash play, rather. It was Fate's call into play, my bad.
Yep. So he just gets thrown in there, and they get an excellent trade. Now they can just push up that lane, and Mickey takes some damage. There's no follow-up, though.
Well, that gold card is nothing to threat right now to keep the Rocks Tigers at bay. This might be a chance to clear out some vision around Baron, though.
As much as they can. There's still quite a few wards. They're going to get a few. And Tigers still just unable to break down any more towers than they had in the early game. They were leading 2 towers to none, and now they're down a turret. Gotta look towards that bottom side, but the siege composition, there's just too many angles of attack for Afrika, and they drafted a good composition against this. It's going to be hard right from pick and ban, but now it's even harder that the Tigers are trying to play with the siege comp from significant 6,000 gold deficit.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be Dragon number 3 for the Afrika Freaks.
That's huge. Dragon number 3 already, 26 minutes into the game, so before 40 they'll have their chance for a 5th Dragon stack. That'll be absolutely devastating against the squishy composition of the Tigers.
Yep. And now they've got Smeb trying to do some sort of counter pushing. He's got his Lich Bane. Got another needlessly large rod, so he's got a little bit more damage now, but
they have no answer to the 1-3-1 split push.
yeah, it's still not looking good.
Lulu not realistically going to be the most potent pickup here. And considering that it's just so far behind, it's great here. Try and set up for the push again.
A lot of damage on the Sanyu, but just gets healed up so fast.
Mickey back in the bottom side right now. He nearly took out that turret earlier. He's probably going to get it on this wave.
He should. Don't really see anything stopping him, but the Rocks Tigers are going to try to bring him up to the mid lane with this push.
Well, what they're going to do is probably get themselves flanked and killed, actually. I mean, Average just killed him right now.
Well, we'll see if they try. It looks like Mickey's more interested in trying to push that inhibitor turret, and the Tigers will get one.
Terrible trade for the Tigers, clearly.
Yeah.
Ixu going to work away on the... Wow, Mickey might just get an inhibitor for free. Never mind.
Yeah, I think he will.
He had a huge wave there. I didn't realize that, so that's a pretty simple kill on an objective, and the Tigers just run around the map.
Man. Meanwhile, the top tier 2
They're
getting
still gonna
hammered
try
away by
and-
Ixu.
He's going to TP actually over to the Baron pit, so they're going to try and Baron immediately after this inhibitor.
Okay, they're going for it. Rocks Tigers need to stop this. Disengage immediately.
They should just keep trying to Baron. Just sit here. The Freaks, yes, they have a lot of gold in the bank from that push, but they need to just sit here because the minion wave is still in the base of the Tigers, and they have to deal with that. They also don't have TP on the SMEB, so this should be an easy Baron.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the Rocks Tigers can really stop it. Although, they do have to pull off. Gorilla goes in a little bit early, throws down the ult. Peanut from the side, a little bit of damage, a lot of damage. Rom still goes down, and first kill comes in already for the Afrika Freaks to get 2. Prey can't do anything, and there is just nothing the Rocks Tigers can do, I think, to win this game. Double kill comes in. Smeb has to flash out of that, and the Afrika Freaks can just walk right into the base. I think this is it.
Yeah, Mickey's just going to run straight for the Nexus turrets, dodging between the Tier 2 and inhibitor turrets in the middle lane.
Yeah, why stop? The super minion waves are coming in now, and Smeb can't defend this 1v5.
Nope, absolutely not. The death timers are still relatively short, but they'll be long enough for a 5-man push to take game number 2.
Yep, that's right. And so, a lazy game from the Rocks Tigers, and it's going to cost them big as Afrika Freaks cause the Rocks Tigers to get their 3rd game loss of the entire season. GG.
Well, nicely played. I mean, the Freaks played that composition out really well, and the Rocks Tigers, they made a high gamble. They made a risky gamble with that composition. It's high risk, high reward. You get going on that, and you start pushing, then you can really crush the opposition. But Afrika, contrary to the way they played Twisted Fate in the last game, were much more decisive with their engages, and
Yeah.
Ixu was great.
Well, if Nofe was upset after game number 1, he might be a little bit more upset after game number 2.
Wow, that was his draft.
Yeah, still. It's not played especially well. A win for the Afrika Freaks. And so they have a chance to take down the number 1 team in the league right now. A win in game 3 would mean that the Rocks Tigers don't remain undefeated.
All in all, though, even if Africa loses, this is a much better performance from them than we've seen so far.
Yeah,
They
that's
look
very true.
very clear in terms of their game plan. Their ganks on the bottom lane have been decisive in both games so far. They had that beautiful 5-man gank onto bottom to take 3 people down in the first dragon in this game. And they're playing around their strengths. They played around the advantage that they got onto Ixu in game number 1, used him to attempt to snowball in the rest of the map, but the Fiora knocked him down. This game, Smeb smiling right there.
Yeah.
They didn't have the same scaling from the Tigers, and they could never get into position to actually 5-man siege. And the Twisted Fate, with the TP this time played by Mickey, much, much better than his other TP showing, or
Yeah.
TF showing, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, good game by the Afrika Freaks. We'll see if they can turn it into a match win as we come back for game number 3, guys. Don't miss it. We'll be back right after this.
고난밖에 안 남았거든요.
허리 움직임 자체가 섹시했어요. 지금 이걸 박용욱이 춘다는 거죠?
박용욱이 먼저 춘다고 할 줄은 꿈에도 몰랐거든요. 아, 진짜 그건 좀 보기 싫은데요.
설날부터
시청자분들한테 이따 사과의 말씀을
영종이 어쩌와 인조용이 선물들 지는 내 모양이 땅야모 내리 야식견대니 모완전히 심합서 평생 용상시
뭐 하는 거야 지금 쟤?
Well, after seeing that video, my whole world is confusing. And it doesn't help when I see that the Afrika Freaks have defeated the Rocks Tigers in Game 2. Nikki getting the MVP for that one. He had a lot of good Twisted Fate ults like this.
Yes, he did, and just really good coordination with Lyra and Ixu this game. In general, just in the top lane, in the bottom lane, everywhere. An excellent example of how to snowball with a double global composition. You see down here, this was just a really good engage.
Yep. And it's just a really uncoordinated effort from the Rocks Tigers too with all those fights.
I mean, the Tigers looked like they were just playing super disrespectfully. They were not seeming to care about the cooldown timers that the Freaks had. It's a really nice flash from Lyra right there. And they were just too squishy. And as we can see Frey in the front line right here, you can't be in that position with this particular team comp. It just doesn't work for you.
Well, I suppose as long as you stay on top, match score-wise, who really cares what the game score is? But
Well,
you
you
don't
might
really want to
for-
risk anything,
For
right?
playoff tiebreakers at the end of the season.
You'd think so, but
This is just, it was an interesting draft from the Rocks Tigers, but I think they played directly into the Afrika draft and the Gnar and the Twisted Fate enough to mop up those team fights and get the proper engages. Not enough kiting there from the Rocks Tigers, so I think they just go back to a standard team fighting composition, and that should be an easier win in game number 3.
yeah, just go back to what works. Play a safe, normal game, and
And they could have, Tigers could have taken Corki and then played a mid with Lucian, but it was like that Lulu top lane with the Braum that was really weird. They tried to get too clever by taking the Braum themselves as a denial pick against Afrika, and then ended up with no tanks. And once they fell behind, they just couldn't actually deal with the front line of the Rocks Tigers before they all got crowd controlled.
well, let's see if they can clean it up a little bit here in game number 3 between the Afrika Freaks and the Rocks Tigers. Waiting for the players to get in, and there's the Fiora ban.
Just as a reminder, they had every opportunity to first pick Callista and then take Victor, for example, and just team fight, but it was not to be, so the Fiora ban will appear here. And the Poppy once again by the Tigers, which is quite interesting considering that Smeb certainly capable of playing that Poppy himself, but they have banned it on both sides every game so far. Victor will be the ban, that I think is wise, but this is 2 different bans that they gave away in round number 1, or in the match number 1, where they banned Quinn, Gangplank, and Alistair.
It's the Twisted Fate ban, probably a good idea. Do you just ban maybe the Alistar here if you're Afrika? You could first pick it.
They're really worried about this Quinn, and the GP is going to be up. Actually, it'll be a Nidalee ban. They don't want the Callista Nidalee, but there's going to be so many power picks up right now.
Rise, okay.
GP, Alistair, Callista, Corki, Lulu, all available.
Looks like it might be the GP, thinking about it.
It's not really a champion that you would associate with the style of play of Afrika.
Well, you know, I mean, maybe Rocks Tigers leaving that one open. They're like, well, if we know they go for a scaling comp, then we can beat them pretty easily in the late game.
I think the Corki much better for Afrika with the way they've been playing today.
Yeah.
Rocks Tigers will be happy to have the GP, though, I'm sure. They have to decide which is the lesser of two evils.
I've almost certainly take that. What do you think, like GP Callista, possibly?
GP
Alistar, yeah. Forgot Alistar was still open. It's a bit better. And they could still switch it over to the Alistar, but it looks like they're going to let the Corki lock in. Yep.
They should definitely take the Alistar here. Close Alistar, okay. So they go for one of the strongest lanes in the game instead. Lots of dive pressure and try and make that work.
I mean, taking the Graves away would be pretty significant against Peanut because with Kindred global ban, Nidalee banned already, Graves taken away, you know, what do you play?
Elise. And Peanut's a perfectly good Elise player. And
suppose.
it'll set up picks for them too, depending on how much pressure they want to put down in the mid and side lanes. Rek'Sai, possibility actually. Okay, so
Rek'Sai Trundle.
big disengage with the Trundle. I still have a feeling that Ixu can play this in the top lane if he wants to.
Peanut having a great time as usual. We'll see what he picks up though. He's like, well guys, they banned my Nidalee. It's your fault, no Faye. Your fault.
Well, the Lulu is still here. I have a feeling the Tigers should just take the Lulu right now because it is a flex pick at the very least for them, and that'll allow them to maneuver that Lulu into whichever lane, solo lane, they feel like it after they see the rest of the picks. Graves Lulu, I think, would be really strong. They've got the double AD carries already.
I mean, leaving Lulu open for a team that already has Rek'Sai and Trundle too is pretty dangerous.
Well, the Quinn
is open, that's right. All right.
So will be the Quinn taken by Smeb, one of his better champions, of course providing that huge amount of ability, and it looks like they just want to completely out macro the Afrika Freaks, just use the faster rotations with the Quinn ultimate, and that's how Smeb has bamboozled teams in the past.
Oh, the Zed is unbanned, and we talked about Mickey's Zed for a long time. It's been banned against him pretty much every game until today.
Wow, blind picking Zed. I would love to see that.
We might.
The balls.
I doubt it, but we might.
We've seen him do it before last year. He did do it last year, and he did win games doing that last year. So this is a guy who's supremely confident in his Zed, and that is why it has been banned in the vast majority of games against Afrika. And with the Lissandra, they would set up, especially with Corki too. Think about the ganks with the Corki package and Lissandra E. They just have an insane amount of burst.
And it's going to be locked in. Zed Lissandra, so Mickey's famous Zed.
All right, this is a huge pick comp.
Yeah.
For the
And Lulu.
Afrika Freaks, and you got to take the Lulu right there, because as soon as you see that, you're like, okay, well, I don't really want to deal with this in the mid lane, and I don't want to have that kill pressure, so I'm going to take the Lulu. By the time Zed is 6, I will have my wild growth, so I'm at least able to survive a Zed all in.
Yeah.
And I assume they predicted the Lulu pick right there, considering it was still available. So now it's up to how hard can they shut down Smeb. That has been Afrika's game plan in the first 2 games. Gank Smeb over and over and over again. They have a champion that can at least split push against the Quinn with the Zed. Of course, that blind is a little bit of an issue for the Zed, but not going to affect the spells, the spellcasting that Zed has. So we'll see how well Smeb can outplay the Zed. It should be pretty fun to watch if they do get into some 1v1s.
Yeah, well, I'm just excited to see Mickey's Zed again. It's been a long time. It's the first time this year that he's been able to grab it.
I mean, it's not great against Lulu Alistar, honestly. Like, he's taking a risk here, but I think that if you're Afrika, you at least got to the game 3 against the Tigers, so why not just roll the dice that Mickey's going to go off and just absolutely wreck this game on his best champion?
Definitely, just take what makes you most comfortable and see what happens. And so that leaves us with a very interesting game 3. Game 3 we didn't think we'd have, but here we have it anyway. And so we'll see, will the Rocks Tigers remain undefeated in the league, or will Afrika Freaks take down the top dog? Let's get in the game and find out. Well, we'll see who rules game number 3 at least. the Africa Freaks and the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, it's been an interesting series. I really like the way Africa's been playing today, and this is the development that we expected after last year, honestly, for them to have tightened up their team play, but
Yeah.
only really seeing it for the first time in this best of 3, but both games, they've had some nice moves. If it hadn't been for that viewer in game 1, I think they really did have a good shot to win it. Kuro did. Whoa, Kuro.
Got to be careful, man. I mean, that pillar's going to cause him to take a lot of damage.
He's got glitter lines, whatever.
Just recall, too.
So they see Quinn rather, on a ward in the top side, so the lane swap is going to be occurring. They want to try and avoid this very strong Kalista Alistar lane as long as possible.
Oop.
So that means, here we go. Sangyun and Snowflower now walking up into the top side. They will be taking the Gromp rather, and they hide as long as they can. So pings going down mean that swap has been sniffed out, and with the ward at the Krugs, Rocks Tigers are there, and they're just going to walk in and try and disrupt this red bomb as 2. Oh,
Wow,
boy!
yeah. Wow, flash pulverized. Lyra and Ixu having to burn a flash just to get away, and they're going to prevent this red from being taken. It looks like Ixu and Lyra coming back in. It's a fight. There's the exhaust onto Lyra. They're going to go for it. Lyra very, very low. He's already burned his flash. Gorilla low, too. This is crazy. Another pulverize comes in. First blood goes to Prey, and now Ixu pursued flash for flash. And that's a double kill for Prey at 2 minutes into the game.
Whoops.
Well, that worked well for the Rocks Tigers, didn't it?
Wow. Okay, so let's talk about that. That was enabled by the warding that the Tigers did right at level 1. So they get a sneaky little ward down to the bottom side because they think the lane swap might be coming through. Then we have Smeb put the ward down onto the Gromp in the top lane. And so as soon as they see the attempt at the Gromp steal, because the Rocks Tigers were already positioned in the brush by the lane next to the Krugs, they know that the Africa Freaks aren't there, and then they punish them for the weak side clear. And then when it comes to the 2v2, you've got Exhaust, you have the heal against a TP and a Smite. Those spells are useless in that 2v2 at level 1. So there's almost no chance they can win that, and then they way overestimate their ability to continue fighting, especially because the Rend was there, and that just does so much damage, even at level 1. So really nicely played, but they re-engaged and Gorilla still had that exhaust up. I feel like they should have known what was going to happen.
Well, I mean, it was really good commitment early on with Gorilla using that flash pulverize, because basically they forced Lyra to flash and then forced him to choose to either come back in and try to get that red buff or just give up the red buff. And
Yeah.
made their own choice.
Lyra started Q, so he didn't have the tunnel out. He had to use the flash because he
Yeah.
got trapped in the pit. And now with this lane swap, we see 3 people coming on, and look how much this delayed it. Guess who's not there in the top side? It's going to be Ixu. So it's a one-man push effectively onto the top turret, and this has delayed their ability to actually take the tower in the lane swap, and this is just going to be devastating for the Freaks.
Should be able to trade, though. It's just they'll be a little bit slower.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they are going to be able to trade Doa. That's the thing. It's going to be really slow. And at the very least, Smeb is going to be the big winner here. Yeah, they will be able to trade.
Yeah.
One wave later. But Smeb, oh, he's going to get a lot out of this.
Yeah, nice big wave coming in.
And they're going to get
go
dragged.
right for a dragon, too, yeah. It's a very ambitious dragon. Gorilla taking a lot of damage. Lyra really low against the Krugs.
Excellent early game plan for the Tigers. I really like that. That was such... we talk about the Tigers being several steps ahead, but they predicted that lane swap. They did it really nicely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know about this dragon.
There they go. They
man.
finally got the
They
last
got the
shot.
smite, right? Okay, there we go.
They got the last shot of the Spiderlings. It was being weird about leashing to the Spiderlings right there. But they had the execute damage from Elise, and they had the smite, so they get it in the end.
So 2 kills, a dragon, and they trade turrets in the first 5 minutes.
Yes, but look what's happening with Smeb compared to Lysandra right now. Even though they took the tower, Prey was the one who... so they left Gorilla there to help take out the dragon, and Prey immediately recalls and starts pushing. So Lysandra is going to be in big trouble. Just can't get on this wave, especially now that Lysandra is there. There's a big ward in the Tri-Brush that Prey put down. So he doesn't know whether or not Elise is going to be coming, and he's going to be zoned off this wave. Meanwhile, take a look at the bottom side. Smeb 19-4 CS already.
Yep. Really ask for a better start on that Quinn.
Yep, they can dive Lysandra too. That's the worst part. Lysandra's only level 2, Smeb is level 4. This is just a train wreck for the Afrika Freaks. They're already down over 1,000 gold in 5 minutes. Here comes Peanut for the zone. Going to use that Pillar of Ice, and Rek'Sai now going to be walking up. But they're going to get zoned off this turret, and guess what? This who has pressure in the mid lane is Kuro, and he's just going to walk up here too.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're going to catch Snowflower actually with that cocoon. Snowflower doesn't use the flash quite yet. Takes a lot of damage though.
Look how many minions are going to be lost here just in this turret. They're going to get 3 people underneath the tower finally. There's a duel actually going on in the river between Kuro and Mickey.
Nobody really using or losing any health yet.
Just a ridiculous amount of CS denied. Smeb is quite happy though.
Yep, you can just sit and farm. Whoops, very safely.
I think he misclicked right there.
Yeah, well, I think Songyun is trying to stand on top of the minion to deny the CS. Look on me instead. Oh, Mickey coming in. He's got no flash right now too. That duel must have been bigger than we thought. Wild Growth used. And yeah, that Death Mark not going to do the trick. Mickey is going to live through the Ignite, but they're still going to take some damage on that turret because of this.
He uses flash.
That's what I was wondering, yeah, because he didn't have his flash up, but I don't know, must have been some earlier engagement that we didn't see because of all the other action.
Well, it must have been Kuro forcing it out really early.
Yeah.
Or he just mistakenly used it. That's another possibility because we never really even saw his health dropping low. Maybe I just missed it.
Could have been. Either way, it wasn't up when you needed it there. And the Rift Herald will go over to Peanut, as the buff often does. To the jungler, right where Riot intended.
The most popular Herald buff location. Kuro's going to get chunked out. He has to play cautiously, even though Death Mark isn't up. The Ignite is. Better just play with a bit of reserve, especially with the massive advantage you have in who Doa is going to stop Smeb.
Well, right now, it's not going to be Ixu, that's for sure. Maybe it'll be Lyra and Songyun, though. Smeb having to burn that flash to get away. Still taking quite a bit. And they're going to go in, actually. Summoner Heal used to get Smeb, and they're going to actually make it work. Lyra not going down.
That was so close to being a kill onto Lyra. He lived with about 50 HP.
Yeah.
So they get the kill on Smeb, but does it matter? Not really. He's got his ultimate. He has a just enormous CS advantage. He has TP if he needs to get back into lane. He's not going to lose a whole lot from this.
Yep. Turns his swords into a dagger. It's easier to carry that way.
It's a dirk.
Dirk, my bad.
That's right. You take your
What's
two
the difference
long
between
swords.
a dirk and a dagger?
I don't know. You take your 2 long swords and turn them into a shorter, wimpier sword.
Oh. Ixu and Snowflower may be in a little bit of trouble in the top lane here. The dive coming in. And there we go. And the pulverized Ixu locked up the cocoon, taken down immediately. TP coming in just in case. Here's the exhaust on the Snowflower to help secure that one. They're going to throw in Gorilla with the Fate's Call to clean that up.
Well, they had the TP available. That could have been a predictable play because the wave is huge, but it's moving back towards Songyun's tier 2. So easy dive there. Teleport right onto the Spiderling for some cleanup. We see Smeb get an assist as a result, and now he's just going to help take out another turret, and there is no response possible from the Afrika Freaks. They can't take the tier 1 on the bottom side. There is no dragon. And so they're going to freeze with this Corki instead, and I don't know if that's the right call. Meanwhile, Prey now has 3 kills and 1 assist before 10 minutes.
That's a pretty good place for a Kalista to be. And so now...
Nice blue steal, so at least they get something, all right? They take control of some objective on the map. They have a lot of pink wards down right now so that they can at least play safely in their own jungle. But now we get the 1v1 between a level 6 Quinn and a level 4 Lysandra. And Smeb has double the CS that Ixu has. Peanut perfectly safe to be walking around here. He knows he has not seen it all, so it's going to be Gank City.
Yeah, Ixu again. You know, he's got his flash, but does he have a real way to escape? Maybe. Peanut looking for an opportunity. He's just going to take his anger out on the Gromp instead.
A little bit too late there. He used his flash for that dive. He flashed Cocoon. And he's looking. He's hunting, but he's not going to find anybody.
Why?
They know Peanut's there. The ward that Song you saw placed over the wall, and they also have a pink ward that will not be cleared. Yep. And their blue buff.
And Mickey Zed hasn't really gotten a lot done yet. And if it doesn't get anything done in the near future, that might just be a dead Zed.
I like it though. The Freaks went for the Hail Mary here. I think they knew that their odds of winning a third game were very slim.
Yeah.
So they try and blind pick the Zed. They play Lysandra and Corky all with these huge gap closers and immense bursts, and they say, all right, if we can make a pick, then we might be able to snowball this game. And unfortunately for them, that they had a disaster strike at the beginning of the game on that first jungle camp, and it was just played beautifully by the Tigers. And they find themselves in a hole that they are unlikely to escape from.
Yeah, the Rocks Tigers maybe not taking that first or second game too terribly seriously, but game 3, it looks like it's all business again.
One really wonders about that draft in game number 1 when the TF was still up. I think they could have anticipated what was coming a little bit better. It's not rocket science to know that Mickey plays Twisted Fate.
Dragons back again. And the Rocks Tigers are just going to go for it immediately. This would be their second dragon in the game. And Africa Freaks can't really stop it.
So early, too. So early into this one. Kuro playing with a Morello Nomicon first here in the mid lane, so not a lot of respect shown for this Zed. No early Seeker's arm guard or anything like that. He is just very sure that he is going to be A-okay, even with just the wild growth. Cool. Mickey at least a little bit more respectfully with that X-Drinker.
Yep. Wow, Ixu just cannot do anything right now. He's done 39 to 82 CS.
And that late swap was just a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, the late... This is why sometimes that weak side jungling, if you have the right warding pattern, you catch it out and you just all in them, you could just end up with enormous CS leads for your top lane because they didn't have the personnel there to take down the turret as fast.
Oh, Songyin in trouble already. Smeb comes in to try to capitalize on that cocoon. Keenan has to back away. Smeb actually taking some damage here.
Kuro.
There's Kuro though. Nice glitter lance for the slow, and Lyra tries to get into the Baron bit. Doesn't make it all the way through his own tunnel though. He never came out the other side.
Burns to death.
Oh, flash. There's the slow again. Deathmark comes in, and Kuro just get a wild growth himself. The Zed is not a problem. Meanwhile, Cocoon aimed to exhaust into Whimsy. Mickey unable to do anything, and here comes Smeb with the ult for the cleanup.
Wow, that was a great flash from Smeb there to clean up that kill, and
Yeah.
another few go over to the Rocks Tigers. They try to push up in that top side. They end up just overextending. Certainly Ixu will pick up a few CS out of this, but that is not a worthy trade. Peanut, what are you doing?
Oh no. Peanut, why? You were doing so well.
He's just going to get prey secret.
Yep.
3,
Up,
2.
dodge.
Oh!
He dodged it. 8 legs. He's pretty fast. Oh, but there's the slow for the
Oh.
pillar. Lyra gets him with the easy Q. Peanut doesn't care though. He's like, yeah, stat lines.
Easy
I don't
Q
care.
is what
It's his rapper name.
you would get if you combine OQ and Easy Hoon together into
That's
one
true.
player.
Easy Q. It would be simultaneously the most risky and safe player of all time.
A paradox that would
That's right.
boggle our minds.
Cannot exist in this realm. Easy Q. Well, at least the Africa Freaks used the kill on the Peanut to take the Rift Herald for whatever good that'll do them.
I feel like Easy Q would play Ziggs and then clear out a lane followed by Satchel charging straight into a turret.
That's right. He would be the guy at the end of the game, Satchel charging into the fountain too. Yeah, this guy. He'd like ult himself. He's like, well, if they come in, if they attack me, then I just ult myself, and then they get hit every time. Easy. Cute. Oh, teleport coming in. Peanut trapped a little bit. Mickey coming from the side. Rocks Tigers playing a bit dangerously now. Gorilla and Peanut trying to come from the bottom here, and the Africa Freaks are going to turn around right on them. Ixu with the lockdown, and Bray manages to pull Gorilla out in time, but you can't pull out Peanut. chase continues.
Well, Smeb actually canceled his TP to try and engage on that, but there was just no follow-up there. They tried to wrap around the backside with Gorilla to continue that engagement. They just lose 2 members, and they're going to lose their blue buff. Oh, Prey got it.
He did, but will he be in trouble for that? Gorilla will be at least. There's a knock-up onto Prey from Rek'Sai. Kuro from behind. Kuro does not have his ultimate right now. Smeb gets a nice flank, but not able to get enough damage, and this is getting a little bit silly now. And Two-Headed Wolves decide to show up, take a bite out of Songyun. Yeah, it's getting a little bit lazy by the Rock Strikers again.
Wow, this is exactly the way to get this pick composition with a lot of burst damage back into this game. They're a little bit lucky that Mickey actually hasn't picked up any of these kills yet to start what could be a very threatening split push, but really caught out of position there, continuing to take fights at that blue buff and then not being able to disengage fast enough. They're not respecting the Lissandra and Trundle zoning potential here and their ability to CC and catch them as they try and disengage.
Yeah, I think the Rocks Tigers need to tighten things up a little bit. They were doing so well, and then just got a little bit over aggressive. The fights they've been taking in the last few minutes have not been good. Snowflower's been really good with those pillars on the Trundle too. Oh, and Kuro, that slow really makes a big difference.
Got plenty of disengage this time though, and I think they've decided they are just going to be satisfied with playing around their Quinn right now, as Ixu is so delayed on his Rod of Ages. I mean, he's just never really going to be a threat until maybe 30 minutes into this game, and that's going to miss Lissandra's main power spike. So they don't have to worry about him.
Coon onto Snowflower, they get the knockup as well. Prey with a lot of damage, nice headbutt. Snowflower just completely caught out there. They're gonna get the turret too. And how far will they chase? Looks like not at all. They got a kill, they got a turret, and suddenly Rocks Tigers playing a little bit safer.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ixu kills a ward.
More methodical, but Ixu not willing to push up all the way to the turret and try and take that objective down. Knows that everybody could just pile on down through the river right now. They didn't have enough wards to protect themselves, but Zed will get a nice big wave in the top lane. Ixu's still here. Prey.
Yeah, Prey in a lot of trouble. Gets ulted by that Lissandra. Lear comes in for the knockup as well. Prey.
That was a clever bait there by Ixu.
Yeah.
He was gone off the map for a really long time, and Prey just thought he had decided to recall because he wasn't putting pressure down, but instead he was just looking for the lane assignment of Prey, and they're going to pick up another kill onto this Callista.
Still behind in gold a bit, but maybe they can tilt them if they do it enough. I think it's going to take more than that, though. I don't know. It's hard to tilt the Rocks Tigers.
There's also a dragon up right now, and this is going to be dragon number 3 at sub 20 minutes. So Rocks here, as long as they play around this dragon decisively once Prey comes back up, they're looking at a 31-minute, 32-minute 5th dragon. So that's going to be pretty nice for them. They got their first dragon just 6 minutes into the game.
All right, it's dragon time. Peanut gonna start it, but they're gonna have the ward. There we go, pulling down to the pit. And the Freaks have to try to stop this one. Prey still coming down the lane. Mickey not nearby either, and he doesn't have that teleport. So no way to stop this. Gonna go for a steal. Doesn't work out. That's 3 dragons now for the Rocks Tigers.
Magical Prey Seeker. It was actually a Dragon Seeker that time. Didn't get Prey at all.
Nope, that did not tell him where Prey was.
It's really not a very accurately named ability. In fact, I find in League of Legends it rarely hits Prey out of all the times it's used.
It doesn't really seek them out either. It kind of just goes in a straight line, you know? Caught like the Prey hitter, but it's not, doesn't guarantee you anything.
The Prey Poker.
Prey poker.
Even then, it's not very good at its job.
No. And the Rift Herald can't stand it. Just buy Rift Herald.
So QSS here from Smed, and this means that he is anticipating split pushing against Zed. He wants to be assigned to the Zed lane at all times. If the Death Bar comes in, he will just cleanse it right off and continue the duel. So even though that MR not going to be useful against Zed's damage straight up, removing the Death Mark and the amplification that brings will be quite handy when it comes to that one-on-one.
Prey just holding down the mid while Smeb goes back to the split pushing. Pretty elementary stuff.
Smeb doesn't want to take this fight right now. I don't know what the item thresholds are for this Quinn with a QSS to take on Mickey's head, especially since Mickey has that Ignite. He may have to try and get that ability out before he's truly able to one-on-one.
Looks like he wanted to go back and buy a little bit more before he tried it. Well, the Freaks do take the blue buff at least. Now, here we go. He's going in onto Mickey. Mickey just using that Youmu's to back off.
Still big chunk taken out. But they're just trying to split push with the TP in top lane right now, and Smeb has to zoom all the way across the map to deal with this. That is the edge. Afrika does again have the stronger 1-3-1, just like they did last game, and only one person able to respond in the top side, but Smeb is so fast. He actually used his ult to travel all the way across the map, and he still managed to get most of the farm out of the way.
Yeah, Quinn's pretty quick. In case you haven't noticed.
I think Rox just plays around 5 dragons right now. There's no need to push this forward. Uh-oh, TP.
Oh, TP. Yeah, they're going to try to catch Kuro here. Mickey comes in. There's a wild growth already. Kuro caught anyway. Nice pick by the Freaks.
So they get the pick, but they have to get an objective off of this, because if they don't, they just use the TP, which brought them less map control in the long run. So that, as weird as it sounds, killing Kuro right there when there's no objective left to take may not be the worst thing for the Rox Tigers, especially if they can trade a tier 1 for a tier 2.
Well, Smeb is pushing that tier 2 right now. And meanwhile, the tier 1, or rather the tier 2 in mid, is under a bit of threat too.
Yeah, they pushed the way forward, so okay, you killed Lulu, but honestly now, the Tigers have a long period where they don't have to worry about a 1-3-1 split push anymore.
Yeah. Smeb's got to avoid the gank there in top lane.
They get some nice farm also. Just mopping that up. And that's not, it's not the best trade there. I mean, they didn't trade anything, they just picked up a kill, but TP down, and nothing really lost when it comes to pressure from the Tigers. And if they're just going to play around the dragon, that didn't lose them a dragon or anything like that. I mean, it looks like a good play, but that commitment of the TP is actually going to bring them down, because now Kuro can walk and actually be in lane against Mickey.
Afrika Freaks have been slowly catching up in this gold deficit too.
Yeah, but there's an all-in going on the bottom side right here.
Yep. Well, so gets out with a Z though.
Yeah, this is the problem, because now that there's one TP, I mean, Smeb has TP, so as long as Lulu can actually push, Lulu still doesn't have any sign of a Zhonya's Hourglass, so that's not good against this Zed, but they're still able to take control again, and there's still Smeb threatening to TP behind this Zed, which means Zed can't actually get into lane against this Lulu.
Smeb, or rather Kuro recalling right now. Smeb just waiting again, but it doesn't look like Ixu's going to push up and be caught out. And I mean, I think we're seeing the Rox Tigers do exactly what you talked about. You know, they don't seem to be really pressuring the lanes all that hard, kind of just waiting for those dragons.
Well, I think losing Kuro and getting the TP was a totally worthwhile trade for the Rox Tigers.
Yep. Well, meanwhile, Mickey goes in onto Peanut. Peanut taking some damage from that death mark.
No,
he's okay, I guess. Never mind. Yeah.
He's pretty tanky there.
Yeah. I said some damage, not a lot of damage. He takes an amount of damage.
Already has dead man's
Here
blade.
comes Smeb. Aha! I've spotted Ixu. And now, zoning away with that E. Ixu manages to use it anyway, but he's not going to escape Smeb this time. Ults himself. Hanging out. A little bit more damage, and Gorilla comes in. Oh, I thought he was going to steal it. Didn't even get the assist. Poor guy. Made the effort to walk all the way down and got nothing for it. I feel for you, Gorilla.
It's all right.
I know how it is.
That was the touchdown dance at the end of the kill right there.
It's true. It's good.
Spikes the ball so hard that the ground fractures underneath him.
That's excessive celebration.
Not in League of Legends, Joe. Good thing we don't have penalties for that.
Oh man. Well, there should be penalties for that anywhere.
I agree.
Yeah.
We should excessively celebrate all the time.
Well, not all the time. Only for things that deserve celebration.
Does killing Ixu deserve celebration?
A little bit, maybe.
Was that sufficient celebration?
like blocking a pass in football. That doesn't deserve like excessive celebration unless it's like a big deal. Just a regular play. No. Let's get back to the line. Oh, Rock Tigers going for their 4th Baron. Lyra really needs to steal this one. It would be big for the Freaks. Trying it out. Nope, no such luck. Now Lyra has to flash just to get out.
Yeah, afraid of Gorilla's flank. He still had flash up. So he would have died if the flash pull into headbutt backward had come through.
Yep.
But now 4 dragons up, 31 minutes will be number 5 attempted here by the Tigers. They have TP up, so at least there is some hope now because you see Smeb versus Ixu in that top side. What they want though is they want Zed versus Quinn. And then they want to TP the Lysandra if there's an objective to be taken. But with the Baron up, if they kill Smeb, they may be able to Baron now. That's the big difference.
Well, they're going to start it at least.
The ploy
That is bold. Smeb's got to know something.
got his blue trinket.
Yeah.
There we go, he sees it.
Yep, that's right, they know.
How fast can they respond?
Well, the Freak's still going for it. They're going to back off now. Here comes Peanut, though. On his own, not too worried. Gets slowed. Doesn't hit the cocoon, though, so looks like the Freaks will be able to get away.
Africa really getting desperate.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But what are you going to do? I would not be confident that they were going to win this one either. They have to fight with a pick composition around the next dragon. And with the lead the Tigers have, probably not going to make that work. Very few good targets. Now, Prey and Smeb both have QSS against Lysandra and Zed.
Yeah.
So any CC or death marks are going to be cleared very quickly.
Uh-oh, Lyra just completely caught in the 1v4. That was easy. Nice cocoon by Peanut to make sure he didn't get away. And that's going to be a tier 2 turret. Almost certainly.
They're going to try and trade this for something at least.
It's going to take him a while to get there, though. And
Yeah,
now
gonna
it's
be a
Baron
Baron.
time, yep.
Well, good luck, Africa, trying to fight this Baron. You're going to have to try, though.
Ixu's got his teleport, so at least he can join his team, even though it will be a 4v5. And here we go. Snowflower. Oh, all right, Baron does go over to the Rocks Tigers pretty easily. Snowflower gets locked up by the cocoon yet again. Songyun on his own has to flash from the wall to escape. Mickey tries to come in, but just gets blown up immediately without doing a whole lot of damage. And Ixu and Snowflower having to split up. There's an easy kill by Smeb. Got the double already.
Here it's bird time.
Oh, that's right. Do you fear the birds? Oh, Zonia's. And then, all right, triple kill. Unofficially for Smeb, and that would be near the ace. Lyra coming up in time to prevent it from being so, but Rocks Tigers now with that Baron buff are looking pretty unstoppable.
And you can just power right through at least one inhibitor here. Death timer still at 25 seconds. We'll see how far the Rocks Tigers are willing to go. But Smeb, you know, Mickey tried to ult Smeb. Smeb just immediately cleared it, turned around and killed him in the 1v1.
Yep, and there's one inhibitor down, and they can just back off and play it safe until the next dragon, or really whatever they want to do.
Yeah, why not? You got 2 minutes until the next dragon. You have that inhibitor down. Go for the guaranteed win with dragon number 5. Banner of Command now down for Peanut. Great pickup. How are they going to clear a banner minion with Baron buff? There's no way. There's no way they can clear that cannon minion unless Vicky starts just walking up and trying to throw shurikens at it. And if he does that, he is dead.
That's exactly what the Rocks Tigers want.
A dead Mickey.
Yep. And you'd have to think that 5th dragon is going to be coming soon. Our timers aren't working for some reason today, but
Yeah,
you
it's
have to
coming up
imagine it'll be soon.
in about a minute.
Yeah.
Pretty much exactly a minute. Yeah, I
At
don't know
least-
why our overlay timers are not working, guys.
At least our internal timers are working just fine.
Yeah, so I just keep track of it in my head.
Oh, I just estimate.
Like you had to do, you know, when the game was harder, when jungling was a man's job, and you had to time
Really?
things yourself. That's right.
Ah, those were the days, weren't they?
Real men play jungle, timing things.
Right.
It's a skill, communicating it to your opponents, not just pressing tab.
Yeah, they type in chat sometimes, and it wasn't just to say, Repot 9X.
Oh, that was actually a really good pillar. Nice job.
Oh, it pushed the cannon minion forward, yeah.
Into smite range.
Yep.
Cute.
It was adorable. I remember the days back when adorable and cute were man's words. That's right. The good old days. You can't really go on a tirade about, Mickey trying to do something. Trying to get away, not going to make it. I was going to say, you can't really go on a tirade about something being back in the man's world and then be like, that was cute.
Yes, I can.
I don't know. Well, I do know that the Rocks Tigers should be able to clear out the game right here. African Freaks pushed all the way back to their fountain. Peanut having a great time. And the fight continues. They catch Lyra. Wild growth on the Gorilla just in case Songyun cannot get into the fountain. Snowflower lives only to watch his Nexus die. And so in the end, the Rocks Tigers get serious, get the win. GG.
They didn't even wait for the 5th dragon to come up, Doa. It was almost
darn.
up, and they couldn't get it, but decisive win there. I know what Africa was trying to do, and they played well today against an opponent that is just simply stronger than them. And so they made a calculated risk in the last game. Maybe we can use our best champions to try and take these guys out and get the big upset. They couldn't do it, but I think Africa should be proud of what we saw them do in game 1 and 2. They executed very efficiently. They had a good win in game number 2. They had a strong start in game number 1. But man, that level 1 from the Rocks Tigers was quite clever, and they punished that lane swap super hard.
Oh yeah. He's seizing control immediately. And so the Rocks Tigers move to 6-0 on the season as far as match score goes, remaining undefeated here in the first round.
Yeah, 12-3 in terms of games.
Yep. And it doesn't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Certainly does not. Well, we have another series coming up. SK Telecom. Faker will be starting for all of you people who are wondering out there alongside Bengi.
That's right. So when we come back, Spenu versus SKT, don't miss it. We'll be back for more Champion Spring, another best of 3, right after this.
Coming up next, Spenu Sonic Boom, SK Telecom T1, Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
롤챔스를 보며 느꼈던 여러분의 가려운 곳을 시원하게 긁어드립니다. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 벌써 4번째 무사히 방송을 타고 있는 위클리 LCK. 드디어 저를 음해하려는 세력이 등장했습니다. 왜 이렇게 옷을 똑같은 거 입고 나오냐 이런 말씀들을 많이 해주시는데 여러분들 롤챔스 중계진 누가 준비해줍니까? 코디들이 다 준비해주고요. 다른 다 준비해줘요. 저는 근데 저만 지금 이거 맨날 제가 사비를 들여서 제가 준비해오는 거거든요. 예, 너무 뭐라 하지 마세요. 여러분 돈 주는 거 아니잖아요. 제 돈 주고 제가 사는데. 예, 두세요 그냥. 알겠습니까? 다시 할까요? 아프리카가 드디어 창단 이래 첫 승을 거두었습니다. 축하드립니다. 너무 축하드립니다. 너무 오랜만이라 기분 좋은 나머지 승자 인터뷰에서 익수 선수가 정말 기가 막힌 승리 소감을 남겼습니다.
이번에 이겨서 기분이 정말 기모띠 합니다.
기모띠. 다시. 비록 지기는 했지만 SKT를 상대로 전혀 꿀리지 않는 경기력을 선보이면서 한 세트를 가져간 이 엠파이어의 표정엔 웃음이 멈추진 않았는데요. 여러분께 최초로 공개합니다. 늘 네임밸류 높은 팀은 오프 더 레코드만 제작되어서 속상하셨죠? 이번 경기로 기대치 급상승한 이 엠파이어 승리한 그 순간 생생하게 준비했습니다.
그냥 지금 이럴 때 바텀을 밀었으면 억제에 걸렸다 우리.
나 그때 가능.
빼고 나 이거.
이거 진짜 냉정하게 보내. 진짜 냉정하게. 깰 생각 하자. 제발 깰 생각하자.
자, 오랜만에 반가운 얼굴 나그네 선수가 KT를 응원하러 경기장을 찾아왔습니다. 옛 동료의 응원 정말 훈훈한 모습 아니겠습니까? 하지만 썸데이 선수의 일침.
상문이 형 성격도 좋고 게임도 잘하는데 게으른 것만 고치면 정말 좋은 사람인 것 같아요.
게으른 나그네 선수 데려가실 팀 어디 없나요? 게으름만 고쳐주면 완벽하다는데 나그네 선수 이러다 진짜 현실 나그네 되겠어요. 자, 요즘 정말 잘 나가는 5연승의 지네요. 예전에는 뭐 지네요 또 지네요 이걸 지네요 막 별명 굉장히 많았는데 5연승이에요 5연승. 아무튼 이번에 지네요에서 트레이스 선수 말고 새로운 MVP가 탄생했습니다. 그 주인공이 바로 최희 선수. 하지만 인터뷰 내내 계속 눈에 밟히는 저 글씨. 최희 선수 자켓에 선명하게 써있는 글씨 바로 상현. 최희서 선수가 최희에게 유니폼을 물려주면서 이런 말을 남겼다고 합니다. 최희 써. 너 써. 민족 최대의 명절 설이 코앞으로 다가왔습니다. 여러분들 새해 복 많이 받으시고 설 연휴 가족과 함께 풍성하고 즐겁게 보내시길 바라겠습니다. 새해도 위클리 LCK는 여러분과 함께 할 것을 약속드리면서 마지막으로 롤챔스에서 볼 수 없는 레어 영상 롤챔스 선수들이 보내주신 새해 인사 보시면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 또 만나요.
시청자 여러분들, 팬 여러분,
롤챔스 팬 여러분
새해 복 많이 받으세요.
새해 복 많이 받으세요.
새해 복 많이 받으세요. 시청자분들 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 기모띠.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you,
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Smeb gets the double MVP today. Much more deserving in Game 2 on that Quinn, I think.
Yeah, look at him cracking his knuckles, doing work.
Oh, yeah.
Had some troubles in that second game, but the Quinn play made it worthwhile, applied a ton of pressure, got the solo kills that he needed to get on both Lysandra and Zed.
Yeah, there was just no escape for Ixu. Man, as much as Smeb got picked on throughout this series, Ixu really had it worse in Game 3.
Yep, and the celebratory pulverize at the end. And here we go, watch what Smeb does in this fight, just zips in. Zed's gonna ult him, QSS immediately, also gets the wild growth. Probably didn't need that wild growth, but you know what? He's going to just slow down Songyun right there and take him down for the double.
You know what they say, Monty, a big Quinn means a win. And that's exactly what they got. Doesn't quite get the triple because of the time delay with the Zonias.
Yeah, but still gets it in spirit.
That's right. It's an honorary triple kill.
And I mean, Mickey just has no chance against the QSS. And Smeb just turns right around, the auto following back.
That works.
On the shadow, so Mickey tries to be fancy, but just gets killed.
Yep, and that brings us to our MVP interview with the one and only Smeb. See what his thoughts are about that series, and Robin will be translating for us. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And after a fairly close game than most people thought it would be, Smeb is the double MVP of the day and will be the only interviewee as he comes into the booth. Congratulations, Smeb. Thank you. Now this season, you guys have a lot of momentum. You guys have 6 victories and no losses. What's it like to be at the top of the standings? At the beginning of the split, we were having a rough time with practice and matches, but at the end, we were able to adjust. Now, your Fiora was absolutely amazing. And Ixu and Lira kind of pitched a 10 to the top lane. What do you think about this? Well, even before the match began, I thought, yeah, they're probably going to camp me. And yeah, during the match, I did have kind of a rough time. But yeah, because I didn't go on tilt at the end, I was able to pull it out. Now, Ixu actually says that he does well against you when you guys go against each other. Is this true? Well, I've never heard this before. Well, I'm not really sure about Ixu's plays. And I only remember his deaths in lane and stuff. So maybe that's just something Ixu's saying by himself? Yeah, I think so. I wasn't really feeling any rivalry or anything like that. Now, no phase ban picks are usually amazing, but today it wasn't as good in terms of accuracy. Were you guys startled by this? Well, I think everyone on the team is kind of low on energy right now. We're really tired and fatigued, so that's maybe why it happened. It seems that your team has a really, really bright atmosphere. Now, in the third game, as you entered into the game, what kind of words were you exchanging? Everyone was kind of mad. We were like, oh, we're going to crush them this game. How dare they take us to Game 3? No. Now, in Game 3, Alistar was left open, and Gorilla obviously took this. And he's really, really good on Alistar. What did he say? He was like, oh, there's no way we're going to lose this. We're going to crush these guys. Now, Mickey also took Zed. We did kind of predict that he was going to take the Zed, but Kuro has a very wide champion pool, so we did think that he would be able to handle it. Now, you guys didn't really target ban Mickey, which is something we normally see in games against Africa Freaks. And like I said, because Kuro has a large champion pool, we thought he'd be able to handle Mickey, which is why we left those champions open. Now, you are ranked number 2 in the MVP standings, along with Peanut. Is there like a rivalry between you two? Well, I do want to have more MVP points, but Trace has just been amazing so far, so I'm going to have to step it up. Now, in the Lolly Sports Power Rankings, you guys are the only team in the S tier in Champions. Now, do you have anything to say to the fans in lieu of the Lunar New Year? Thank you very much for cheering for us, whether we are doing well or doing badly. And Happy New Year. And that appears to be it for the interviews today. It'll be back to you guys, to Monte Cristo.
All right, thanks for the translation, Robin. And so there you have it. A little bit messy at times, but in the end, the Rocks Tigers pick up their 2-1 win, remain undefeated match score-wise in Champions Spring. What do you think? Final opinions of that match?
I think that Game 2 draft was too cocky from the Tigers, and they didn't anticipate really having that Twisted Fate open, and that was some pretty major problem for the kind of composition that they drafted. And I think Africa played better than I expected tonight, for sure.
They did. I mean, despite losing, I think it was still the best match we've seen out of them this season. And if they can keep that up, you know, they have a chance to maybe be a middle-of-the-pack team. But it really depends. It's really if they can keep that up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally agree. And we're moving on now to SK Telecom, who came off of a very disappointing victory. You don't really hear that too often, but a very disappointing victory against the Empire, where they really just did not play well. Everything was going wrong. Players were on some of their best champions, like Bang on Callista, yet he wasn't hitting the Rens on actual objectives, and it just looked terribly sloppy.
It was strange, and I mean, after a match like that, you got to wonder what's going to happen when they face another one of the weakest teams in the league, in Spenu Sonic Boom. There they are. And Spenu really having a hard season this time around. And, you know, almost in the same boat, in my mind, as the Africa Freaks, in that they were a team that were expected to come into this season a bit stronger than we've been seeing.
Yeah, and they lost to EM Fire, a win that most people would have guessed, having seen them in the Caspa Cup. They would have taken, but Flawless has not really acclimated well in spite of his impressive mechanics to the professional scene. But in spite of all that, Doa, they actually have a higher gold at 15 minutes than SKT. SKT is negative 782 at 15 minutes right now, so their early game from SK Telecom has not been good. Now, part of this is they've been playing a lot of scaling compositions around Bang. They've been really playing protect the Bang compositions this season.
And at the same time, as we move over and take a look at SK Telecom T1, they've never really been, and this goes back for at least a year, if not longer, they've never really been a team that has focused a lot on the early game. They usually come back in the mid and late game. If they're heading the early game, great. If they're not, doesn't matter. They're still going to win it anyway.
They had a huge gold lead advantage in the World Championship this year. Absolutely massive at 10 and 20 minutes. And we just don't see that anymore. It's evaporated. Now, they were known as a Dragon team last year, but now they are lowest in Korea in terms of taking Dragons. They only take 32% of all Dragons in the game. And this is such a turnaround from 2015.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they've tightened things up again today. I mean, on the books, this one should be easy 2-0 for SK Telecom, but hey, we just saw the Rocks Tigers go 2-1 against Africa Freaks, so all bets are off at this point. I have no idea. And Duke, you know, still, like we talked about, a talented top laner, but struggling a little bit to find that coordination with SK Telecom.
Well, even when it's been very clear that SKT needs to teleport flank to win a game, he has been very reluctant to pull the trigger, and the setup has just been poor.
Yeah. So a 3-2 SK Telecom in 4th place against the 10th place 5-loss Spenu Sonic Boom. And as you can see, things looking pretty grim for Sonic Boom.
They've taken a couple games off of some of the other bottom-tier teams in the league, like CJ and EM Fire, but unable to close. And SKT got surprised by Jin Air and then beaten out in what was actually a very good series against the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, that was. Until Game 3.
Until Game 3. But if we don't see the substitution, I think a lot of what has ailed SKT has been having Blank, who just doesn't provide pressure in the early game.
Yeah. Blank has really kind of been just that as their new jungler. He really hasn't gotten anything done, hasn't really shown much mechanical skill, much strategic prowess. I mean, SK Telecom has been an organization that traditionally has been very good at recognizing new talent and developing that, but Blank is not working out so far. And they're not starting him today. They are starting with Bengi. So I think they are going to come at this one with a little bit more of a serious perspective.
Kindred is banned. Nunu is buffed.
That's
it's
true.
time for Bengi, Doa.
Unleash the Bengi. Do you think they'll actually pick Nunu though? I don't know. Well, you can never really put it past Bengi, can
Okay,
you? But
well, let's ask ourselves, how has SKT been playing this season? Have they been playing comps around peeling for Bang
yeah.
and powering up Bang?
Yeah, they have.
Well,
yep.
Nunu seems like he might be pretty good at that. And now he
Maybe.
can shoot many more snowballs in late game team fights with a reduction on the Ice Blast cooldown. So, I'm going to go with, yes, they will play Nunu today.
Wow. A bold proclamation by Andy Cristo predicting the Nunu. Would you say it's a 100% chance?
No, I just think that it's always been a Bengi special, and it didn't get hugely buffed, but it got buffed enough that a player like Bengi should be able to play it. But in spite of all the trials and tribulations of SKT and their 3-2 record so far this season, Faker remains the highest damage per minute player in the league. So it's not like he isn't there providing that boost to his team. And remember too, he's been peeling for Bang. Have we seen a lot of Lysandra and Lulu? Absolutely. So, absolutely.
Faker's still ridiculously good, for sure. And I'm just waiting for the Vi buffs to come in, because then Bengi will really be back. Get that Vi going again.
And Italy ban against Flawless alongside the Alistair, Secret's best pick. So Soar will be in this game. And no Rise, of course, for Faker. That is just right out.
Yep. See what the last ban is going to be. Thinking long and hard about it. A lot of powerful picks still up. They're going to ban the Lee Sin. And, you know, that's smart. Flawless is certainly the weak link on this team right now. Either Flawless or Soar, you could say. And so if you take away his two primary junglers in Italy and Lee Sin, you know, we'll see what he has left.
They are going to deny the Lulu. SKT has liked to play mid-GP this season, but it takes some time to scale, and that's what SKT's been doing every game. Tom Kench top lane, or Poppy top lane. You take something like GP, or you take a blue Ezreal, and you really start rolling. And that is a Graves lock, presumably for Bengi. That is not what we expected, Doa.
Well, I mean, it's been a few years. It's time for Bengi to expand his jungle repertoire.
All right, it could be a top lane Graves.
True.
To be fair, we don't necessarily know that Bengi is playing this, but this would appear to be well outside of his wheelhouse.
Unless he's suddenly become a Graves master. Just when you're ready to count Bengi out, he comes back. It's true.
So,
it's true.
Corki probably in the mid lane for Faker. I think that's what we can suss out. That has been a Faker champion so far this season, and less of a Bang pick.
That's fairly likely. Lucian could be locked in. I don't know about the Alawi. We have not seen it yet. It's in Korea.
Especially not this early. You would be grabbing that one.
Then again, it is Spenu. Sauce has been known to do some crazy things. Heimerdinger would also be one of those crazy things, but will probably not be locked in. There we go. All right. Trundle, last minute.
You were getting worried there, weren't you, Doa?
I was getting a little bit worried.
It's okay, you don't have to be worried.
Still
Lucian
a
and
little worried.
Trundle. So it's basically a composition that we might see SKT run, the exception of that Trundle, but lots of emphasis on the Lucian carry in the late game. Nuclear has been a bright spot in an otherwise pretty dark season for Spenu. Sonic Boom thus far, and oh boy, triple AD carry.
Yes, indeed. And Bang on Ezreal has been a classic for SK Telecom. Bengi maybe just grabbing that Elise, and you might be right. That might just be a top lane Graves.
I was suspicious, Doa.
Or you could be wrong.
I could also be wrong.
You could be wrong too. You don't know yet. You don't know which it's going to be. Wrong or right. Braum is the pickup.
I mean, you have to believe that Tom Kench is probably coming next for SKT once they see what the top lane pick is.
Makes sense. And Secret known as a great Alistar player. That's why we've got the ban against him. But Bard could work too. Blitzcrank would be really entertaining, and it might be a top win here for Soar, with Sawson taking that Lulu in the mid lane.
Setting up for a pretty strong 4-1 split composition.
They need a jungler though, don't they?
Yes, they do. Unless they're going to do something truly wacky like have Trundle jungle. To be quite slow on the clear time. But the Elise and the Bard, so lots of peel. It's all about nuclear this game.
Yep. The Fiora for Soar. Okay. And Flawless will be using that Elise. So what's the final pick for SK Telecom going to be?
Poppy's gone right through the draft, but
Wow,
honestly,
yeah.
SKT has not been one of the better Poppy teams. Duke has not been one of the better Poppy players.
See, I feel like Wolf could be a good Poppy player. I'm a little bit surprised that he's not.
Yeah, we don't see enough Poppy support here. It's still highly viable. But they've got a lot of choices right now as to what they want to play against the Fiora. The Quinn is up. The Tom Kench is up. And we've seen a lot of those late game Tom Kench and Fiora duels go down to if Fiora can manage to riposte basically the Devour. Because if not, we've seen how someday can lose in that duel. But it may just be a Poppy again.
Hey.
I don't know about this.
All right. And so that'll be a top Poppy. And so it will be Bengi using that Graves in the jungle.
So a bit of a surprise, but they're taking a triple AD carry composition. Faker can play either Ezreal or Corki, as can Bang, so we'll see which one it shakes out. Generally, we've seen the Corki on Faker and the Ezreal on Bang, but it looks like they're going to switch it up this game and actually just play the mid lane Ezreal.
Nope.
All right.
Swapping it. I thought they were probably going to swap it. Nope. Oh, they do. Okay, there we go. All right. Nope. Oh. No, they've got until 20 seconds. I think they're going to get Faker Corki.
Huh?
Yep.
All right.
Thought so.
So end up with the Bang Ezreal instead. They've got the disengage. So again, we saw this from the Tigers. They take the Braum early to prevent a counter to their poke composition. Trundle was already taken though, so by the time that was locked in.
Well, we saw something similar not work out too well for the Rocks Tigers. We'll see if SK Telecom can make it happen against Smenu.
Yeah, that Trundle was still flexible at the time, though, because they hadn't locked in Fiora. So just doubling down, they have Poppy and Braum for disengage. And just like we saw in Game 1 of the Tigers versus Africa, it really comes down to Spenu's ability to pull off some TP flanks. And they don't really have the best team composition for it.
Well, we'll see if SK Telecom can take the win. Move out ahead in this best of 3. Time to get in the game and find out.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to rule the world.
And welcome to Summoner's Rift. Spenu, Sonic Boom, taking on SK Telecom, our reigning League of Legends World Championship team, who this season has kind of missed a couple beats so far. But if you think back to early 2015, there was a lot of experimentation going on. The results didn't really look that much better, and we all know how that season ended up.
It just takes time. I don't think that SKT is really experimenting right now. I think they're just trying to iron out the kinks with Duke and replacing that top lane position, and they're dealing with a meta where Bengi really isn't the best player to have on your team. So as long as this sort of highly mechanical carry jungling comes about, and there aren't a lot of utility picks, Bengi is a smart jungler when it comes to pathing and when it comes to controlling vision and creating pressure, but he certainly isn't a dazzler, and hasn't been for a while when it comes to just outplaying somebody in a 1v1 or playing delicately in a team fight.
But in the club scene, Bengi is totally known as the Dazzler.
The Dazzler?
It's true, I've heard. I've heard the rumors.
Bengi the Dazzler?
That's right. They call him the Dazzler. You can find him at the club.
Oh boy, some quality HP sustained in our top lane. We're gonna end up with standard lanes this game.
Yep. That's right, and really, I mean, everyone's just kind of curious to see how this is going to work out for Bengi. Meanwhile, Bang taking some early hits here.
Yeah, burns his heal super early on.
Yeah, well, Secret had a really good Trundle pillar, and when you are able to land that early on, it costs a lot.
They also hit level 2 first.
Yeah.
So, pretty easy advantage taken there by Secret and Nuclear, and you don't want to end up in the Trundle Lucian lane if you are Braum and Ezreal. But this is one of the reasons why SKT has been just struggling in the early game, is that they play scaling like this. Is their composition powerful late when it comes to Siege and Bang taking over the game on Blue Ezreal? Yes, and They've had huge comeback victories, like the game one they had against the Rocks Tigers with the Blue Ezreal. But it definitely has not been working out for them when it comes to getting the gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, very true. I mean, you add into that just the crazy stuff Faker's been able to do on this Corki once he gets rolling too. You can kind of nearly always count on SK Telecom to have a pretty strong late game. I just want to see Bengi be aggressive.
I think we would all love to see that.
Yeah, we've seen it before. It was rare. But when the Vi pick was viable.
Well, at least into historically. But
yeah.
That was more in Season 3. He's shaped a new identity for himself, I think, ever since then.
Wrong identity, I guess.
Well, it's
worked last year.
In some metas, Noah, it's wonderful. In others, like this one, it's not exactly the greatest, but we also see players like Peanut, who last year, of course, part of it was he was more of a rookie, struggling, but when he can actually play aggressively, it's an entirely different story.
Yeah.
But big advantage so far for Duke in the top side, getting the better of that lane pretty quickly.
Yeah, really out-farming Soar at the moment. And Duke's Poppy. Should be interesting to see what he can do on that.
Well, we've seen it a lot, and he hasn't been playing very well, so I'm a bit surprised that they went after this pick again. A lot of it, though, has been more decision-making rather than the champion, but he just hasn't shown up on the teleports or been able to really threaten the back line on the Poppy. It's been pretty underwhelming.
Well, against a team like Sonic Boom, maybe it's not the worst time to give yourself a little bit of experience on it.
Fair enough.
Uh-oh, Bengi's coming in. He's aggressive Bengi now. Trying to stop Flawless from taking that Grum. Aggressive Bengi is going to aggressively throw down a ward and walk away. Never mind.
Joke's on you, Doa.
Got to fight over this ward now, right?
Well,
you have to fight.
Flawless is
nice.
Gonna win that one 100% because he doesn't have to reload.
Oh. So much for aggressive Bengi.
How about aggressive Faker?
I'm used to that. It happens every game. It's really good, but nothing new. Take a big chunk out of Sauce, and Faker actually burned his exhaust, it looked like there, yeah.
But yeah, he's got pretty much free use of that ability, considering Sauce just has TP.
Yep, oh, aggressive Bengi, walking away aggressively. Sauce just going to TP into that mid lane, and Faker needs to be careful here. He's got his flash, but he'll still get caught. Here comes Wolf to make sure he's safe. Ah, here we go. Aggressive Bengi.
He's walking up to auto the wave, Doa.
Nice. One auto, and that's it. Thank you.
Aggressive Bengi, controlling minion wave so Faker can back.
So good, man. He killed that one minion, and I was like, man, that was more aggression than I've seen from Bengi in a long time. Look at that, aggressively taking the Raptors.
Well, he can't really
except for the big one.
He can't really do anything about this while Faker's in base, so
well,
just getting what he can.
They're up around more.
Meanwhile, Wolf is there, and the deep wards go in. Isn't that the most important thing, Doa? The deep wards?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, the answer is definitely yes.
Whatever you say, Trundle. He's like, I made this big ice skating rink.
Once Riot updates all the champions, it's just going to be non-stop yelling in the game.
I know, right?
So irritating.
Hey, those voice actors are paid by the hour. You got to fill it. Fill it with something.
Right, it's like, look at all these awesome character lines we have in the game, but they don't realize that the end result is with every new champion, and as everything gets updated visually and in terms of the audio, that it's just going to, team fights are going to be an absolute nightmare.
It's going to sound like 10 people shouting at each other.
I needed this character to be able to yell this line at this other character during the team fight. Yeah, so cool. Unique interactions, and it's just going to be like...
You're in for the peace and quiet of the Jerry Springer show.
That's right.
Man. We don't really have any good Corki Lulu interactions yet. Need to work on that. I'm in a plan. I'm not. There you go. Wrote that one for you. Oh, Wolf stopped from coming in. They were going to try to gank Secret Nuclear in the bot lane, but it looks like it didn't work out because of the ward.
Another exciting early game.
Oh yeah.
To these standard lanes, but Soar's bounced back and actually gone back in the lead when it comes to that CS. So he's got the Tiamat very fast here. So Poppy's going to be stuck next to her turret for a lot of the time right now. Has the Bomby Cinder, but nothing else really.
Oh, here comes aggressive Bengi. He's like, oh, I didn't get my red buff. Oh.
Yeah, just stolen right out from under his nose. Yeah. See if he goes onto the other side of the map and tries to take a red buff, considering that his bot lane is well in control of the pressure, and they've got a million wards.
There's one now.
He's already ahead when it comes to that jungle CS too. And notice he has Boots of Swiftness on Graves before going for a warrior in chat. Oh, Bengi, never change.
It's so he can get there faster, be aggressive. Clearly.
He's the warding Graves.
That's right. Take note, Peanut. This is how you play a Graves.
He's not even going to fight over this red buff at all.
Tracker's knife and the Boots of Swiftness. Yeah.
God bless you, Bengi.
Got the grump. You know, the champions may change, but the play stays the same. Uh-oh, now, okay, never mind. Here's the big change. Aggressive nature.
Nice.
He wants that red buff. He got it. Nice.
Nope.
No?
Oh, he didn't get it.
He did, okay.
I was worried there.
I got fooled for a second, too, because I saw the one on Flawless. Yeah. There you go. Nice aggressive move, Bengi.
He's methodical, comes in at the right time. That's the intelligence right there. Perfectly timed. Faker has the ability to roam out of that mid lane. Yep, so he set it up, and it does work out in the end. As much fun as we make of Bengi, he succeeded in trading that red buff when all was said and done.
Well, Bengi is becoming, quietly, one of the greatest League of Legends players of all time. You realize this, right? In terms of results, he's won 2 world championships. He's won like 1 million seasons here in Korea. And he's never bad. He's always pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good to really good. I mean, he had a bad season 4. Overall, his showing was not particularly inspiring, and we wondered if he was even going to come back for season 5, and we found out he even had thoughts of retiring, and Coma convinced him to stay.
But even then, he wasn't as bad as some other junglers.
You can't deny 4 titles and 2 world championships. So.
Yeah. That's right. Successful Bengi. Saucin gets in a nice safe ward to watch for ganks coming in. Oh, gets pinged immediately though. They know it happened.
Well, they saw him walk out very briefly, so they have a very good idea of where that ward is. And Faker's been great at using the package effectively to set up ganks. There's that possibility that you can go after a Fiora perhaps in the top side. They have tons of bursts up there already. Curious how he's going to use this. All the wards have expired in the enemy jungle. But you see Wolf coming in again. Trying to make that play, and Faker just pushing up here as best he can. Take away the Raptors, and
well, they have denied a decent amount of CS from Flawless. It is a little bit of a lead for Bengi.
Yeah, the fact that Bang has gone even in the solution lane too is huge for them.
And now SKT going to be able to grab a dragon, it looks like. Yeah, no defense from Spenu, just the pillar to kind of keep an eye on things. Dragon's dying pretty fast though. Baker's backing away, wants to go protect his mid lane, as it looks like Bengi and Wolf should have this one. And they do.
Well, Bengi doesn't have smite, so they do have to burst it all the way down to 0, but
very polite applause for that dragon.
Well, this is a solid sign, at least for SKT. Like we said, coming in, they were last in the league in terms of their dragon control. They had only taken 32% of the dragons in their games. And this is a team with more wins than losses. And they still had 32% dragons taken. So that was pretty awful. In some ways, it does show they weren't taking risky fights early on when they were trying to scale up with GP or Ezreal, but probably should have more than 32% all the same. You can't find those windows to take them for free like we saw right there. There's probably something wrong.
Well, they're trying to break all the trends right now. They've actually got a gold lead before 15 minutes. Amazing.
See if they
It's
can
a
keep it
small
up.
one. Yeah.
They're not behind 782 gold, which has been their average in 15 minutes. Yet, we'll wait. Got 2 more minutes still for them to fail a tower dive.
If anything would have happened, it would have been a fight over Dragon, but since Dragon's already been taken, I think we're safe.
Oh no, they can still play overly aggressive.
Bengi will just back away. SKT with pretty good vision, too, in the bottom hill.
Well, typical Bengi.
Yep.
You know what he's going to give you? He's going to invade, put down the wards, and give you the necessary information. Finally working his way up to that warrior enchantment.
Oh, wow, Faker really making Saucin pay for trying to come up and grab that CS. Makes him miss a few, but the lane is still even.
This has been the most like passive Graves play I think we've seen this season, except for possibly Blank. But Blank also wasn't getting the same level of deep vision in as Bengi has been. He basically just sat and farmed in his own jungle the entire time.
True. Well, they know what's up. They're clearing those wards, and SKT getting all the objectives this game. They're going to go for the Rift Herald as well. Probably give that over to Bengi. Maybe Faker. Nope, Bengi. It's a jungler's buff.
It is a jungler's buff. Bengi needs it to be just that much faster to get in and place more wards down, Doa.
Wants to be aggressive. Can't blame the guy.
This is really interesting, actually. That's an Eye of the Watchers onto Lulu, Saucin. So that's a different take onto the Morello Nomicon. It's actually cheaper than Morello Nomicon.
Huh.
So really curious. He's actually built this instead of a Frost Queen's Claim, but you're going to have a lot more wards out of that, and you still get that 100% mana regen and the 10% cooldown reduction. You also get gold. It's a gold generation item. And unlike Morello Nomicon, so you get 25 ability power instead of 80.
Yeah.
So you get less ability power, but you get more health against the poking Corki. This is a really weird Lulu build, but I'm kind of into it, Doa.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to get a lot of mana regen too, and having the wards will help keep you safe.
Yeah, it's odd, but if you actually think about it in comparison, it's 250 gold cheaper than the Morello Nomicon, but you still get the mana sustain. It's just about that AP, so we'll see how well this build goes. But the nice thing too is you get 2 gold per 10 seconds, so it's gonna...
Zor pops the grand challenge on the Duke. Duke looks like he'll be okay though. Faker goes in onto Saucin. There's a Lulu ult though. Faker just gets baited really hard. Has to use his exhaust on Flawless. Looks like he'll be able to get away though. Maybe. Oh, Lulu's catching up. One Glitter Lance to do it. Bengi comes in with the smoke grenade though.
Wow, so they actually didn't know. They thought that when Faker took that fight and started running bottom that Bengi or Wolf were going to be there, but they actually were nowhere close. They just couldn't see where they were. So Spenu psyched themselves out. They could have easily gotten that kill. I mean, Saucin had flash. Wow, they faked themselves out big time there.
Duke TP's back up in the top lane. I mean, it's intimidating playing against SK Telecom, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and you play with a lot of respect towards Faker just in general, but sometimes you can play with too much respect. So Lulu going into Rod of Ages next. This is like a super scaling build. So more HP. So it's light on the AP at least for now, but it's more gold efficient in the early game and provides you with better vision. So they're really going to try and aim to play around nuclear here because Lulu's going to be doing less damage than she might normally deal if she went for something like a Morello Nomicon in the early game, which we've been seeing more and more of.
Then as SK Telecom, does that put you under any pressure to get things going a little bit quicker? Bengi gets cocooned. Flawless takes a lot of damage though. They draw the ult out of Saucin. Here comes Wolf. This is with the Q. TP coming in though. Secret is there. SK Telecom's in trouble. Braum uses that ultimate. Secret chasing Bengi down, who backs away. Faker doing a lot of damage to Secret from the side. and Saucin got chunked too low to really follow up. Nuclear coming in, but here comes Bang. Bang,
So close.
He
He's
could
going to
still
go
do
for
it.
it.
Yeah, Q on the
Nice
flawless.
cocoon. All right, so he is stopped in the end, but
Very close.
wow, SKT, great kiting and disengage. Soar used that TP, but didn't actually end up going through. So interesting there. Saucin has to TP right back in the lane to get back, and they played a little bit with fire right there. Duke did not have his TP available.
Yeah, it looked dangerous for SK Telecom early on. But just at the last minute, Saucin took a lot of damage, and it ended up being a fight that Spendu couldn't really follow through with.
I'm gonna go back to this Eye of the Watcher because I'm very intrigued by it. So let's compare it to Frost Queen's claim because they're both going to build out of the Frost Fang.
Yeah.
So you have the same cooldown reduction, the same gold generation, the same base mana regen, but you get 30 more ability power for Frost Queen's claim in addition to that active. But you get, which gives you the vision, right, and the utility of the team fights. But instead you go with the wards instead. They have exactly the same cost. I don't know which is better. Saucin's always been a very creative player.
True. I feel like I'd still side with Frost Queen's claim just because of the utility it gives you.
I think I would too, but
I mean, wards are nice, but if you have your trinket, if the other members of your team are warding properly, do you really need those?
Well, this is one of those situations where I kind of wonder if it was the Tigers playing Lulu. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Faker gets the turret, has to make it out.
If the Tigers were playing Lulu and you... Oh,
flash cocoon, Faker dodges. He saw that one coming a mile away. SK Telecom going for the second dragon, they'll take it easily.
Yeah, flawless with a desperation play right there. Even if he had landed it, he didn't have the backup to take that. If you just think about it, Saucin had already run away from that situation. Everyone from SKT was on the dragon. So you land that and still nothing happens, really. Bang.
Bang has to back away, but Flawless did take some damage. Can you get him with a true shot barrage, maybe? Thinking about it? No, it doesn't look like it.
Flawless already topped up right there. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Joe. I think Frost Queen's claim is better right now. But as I was saying, if you're playing with a Graves on your team or somebody like Peanut who's like Nidalee with Skirmisher Saber and you want the extra wards coming from somewhere, then maybe I can see some value to this build, but Frost Queen's claim is just so good, even though it was nerfed on this patch 6.2 and the cooldown has been raised by 30 seconds, which is a 50% increase. That is a huge nerf.
Right. I think he's going to find Flawless here. There we go. Aggressive Bengi coming in. Oh, gets cocooned though.
Flash.
He's going to chase. Flawless could be in trouble. Doesn't have his flash because of that use. Nice dodge on the ultimate. He's still in trouble though. One more auto should do it. Yep. First blood at 21 minutes almost goes to Bengi, the aggressive Graves. It all paid off in the end.
He's got that farm advantage. Yeah. He's starting to stack up, moving into his Yomu's Ghostblade after the Hex Drinker. And there's a flash from Wolf. They want this.
Yeah, they really do. Secret dodges the ultimate, but gets kind of zoned away from his carry. Nuclear still does a ton of damage to Wolf, but here comes Faker to try to clean it up. Nuclear gets exhausted. Nuclear gets taken out by the two-shot barrage. Faker cleans up Secret. That's an easy couple kills.
Saucin may not want to be here.
I don't think he wants to be here at all. Turns around, gets the kill onto Faker. What a play by Saucin. Maybe he does want to be there. I think he did.
I think he did too.
Oops.
Bang had no flash there for the follow-up, so nice counterplay from Saucin. Does manage to pick up the kill and make it work, but Flawless comes back and finds his red taken away by Bengi. Yep. Duke in the meantime has the top lane turret down, and that's the last tier 1, and all of a sudden SKT zooms out to a pretty substantial 5K gold lead here at 22 minutes.
Yeah. That's funny to see Saucin come in and get a kill like that too. Let's watch the replay again.
They zone out Secret right here, and I thought they'd go for the last proc of the Braum, but instead, look at this. He knows Faker's already coming down. So Bang is smart. He switches to Nuclear to CC him too because he's further in advance, and then lines up the True Shot Barrage. Faker has no problem. So that's a very specific situation that you would make that decision. You see the flash forward right there. Saucin, though, still has his flash and enough survivability now that that Rod of Ages stacking up, and you know what? That's the difference right there. If he had had Frost Queen's claim, he would have probably died because he wouldn't have had that 200 HP. Just
That's a
saying.
good point.
Just saying.
That's actually, that actually I think did make the difference, health-wise, yeah. Faker, you know,
I
so
don't think
good
Faker is used to playing against this in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Faker's known for knowing pretty exact limits as far as health goes, and if somebody swaps items on you like that, it can throw you, I guess. Funny. He didn't look too happy with the shot of him we got after that either.
It's all right. His team's still doing just fine.
Well, he still got the kill on the Secret, too, before dying. They've got all the pressure on Spenu right now. Nice 5,000 gold lead.
Only 3 kills at 20 minutes. They've just been putting it together. It's kind of that CS advantage that they have in pretty much every lane right now. And the fact that 3 towers are down in their favor to none for Spenu.
Yeah. Wolf is kind of on his own here. Cocoon comes in, bang, can't save his carry. Yeah, the dangers of warding, we know them well, us support players. Duke in a little bit of trouble here, but Sora decides not to pursue.
Uses flash actually, so did Duke in that scuffle. Both of them use their ults too. Not enough follow-up. And Bang, or Wolf rather, warding alone on that bottom side. No Bengi to back him up. Gets isolated, caught out, and killed. But still, SK Telecom feeling good. Big Dragon advantage, you still have that. You've got enough wave clear to easily deal with the pushes. And Spenu, even though they had the advantage in the bottom lane of the 2v2, they haven't actually translated that into an objective up until right now.
Yep, getting that bottom lane turret. That's their first of the game, and it's coming pretty late at 25 minutes.
Very slow tower. But they still have the late game Fiora, and that is their big hope. If Sora can play this out and start really pressing home in the late game with that huge power spike that Fiora gets.
Man, if you compare Sora's Fiora, though, to Smeb's, I mean, you could almost forget that a Fiora was in this game up until this point.
Yep. 25 minutes, though. Fiora's going to come online, and we'll see what Sora is made of here.
I suppose.
Because he is getting very close to picking up the couple core M's you need. Has the Hydra and working towards that Black Cleaver. Sterix Gauge and Iceborne Gauntlet, interestingly, from Duke, so much higher damage Poppy build than we typically see. Not sure if they really need damage in this game. I don't know if I agree with that. He probably should just be playing tanky with his triple 80 carries.
Wow, Bengi gets out there. They activate the dragon. I don't think they're quite ready to go for it, though.
No, take Crab now, push out bottom lane, and then take the dragon. That should be the operation here for SK Telecom. Make sure your mid lane stays up. You don't want to trade that over. That's the dragon less important than keeping your mid tier 1 available.
Wow, Duke doing a really good job poking down Sora, but now they have to worry about this mid lane turret.
Well, at least for the moment, that Poppy build really working out for Duke.
Yep.
Here we
TV
go.
coming in. Duke wanting to make an appearance now. He's going to throw Flawless against the wall. Bank comes in for a bit of damage. SKT, everyone pursuing Duke with the ultimate. But it looks like Spanish should be able to back away, and all of this will just serve to get SK Telecom, theoretically, that third dragon.
Yeah, that was good, just trading the TPs. Duke also came out of his TP and realized that he had his ranged auto attack on Poppy up. So he threw it backwards to zone out as many people and try and get the collapse. Duke now has to run into the top side. Spenu still wants to play around this dragon, but they're not going to get it.
Well, they want to at least try to trade the top turret for it, but Duke's already back in lane, so it doesn't look like Sora's going to be able to get it right now.
Just goes back, throws out an auto, picks up his shield. So Duke's Sterix Gauge, Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet build, at least at this point in the game, is capable of repulsing this Fiora, which is something we haven't seen. So I think it's interesting that we can take a look at this even matchup right now when it comes to kills and CS and say, okay, this is something that Poppy can deal with at this stage.
Wow, Faker going in onto Saucin. Saucin gets exhausted, tries to ult himself. Faker flashing over the wall. Could be in trouble though, may have bitten off more than he can chew. In fact, almost had. Gets healed in the end by Bang's hero power.
Oh,
dude.
Wolf flashed
Bang got
for
the
that.
summoner.
Wolf flashed to protect Faker with the jump over.
And it worked. Bang popped the Summoner heal at the same time, and all of that was enough to keep Faker alive. Got the kill on the Nuclear, got the tier 2 turret. Now they may try to get a Baron.
Yeah, might be a little bit early for that, but they did get the kill onto the AD carrying. Well, it's 28 minutes. They can do it.
It seems earlier, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can just force this.
Yeah, they can at least bait it.
That's a confused fighter. We'll have to at least try this round before Nuclear can get back to the pit, and they're going to start it.
All right, so now Nuclear's back up, but he's a long way away. They have to respond. LCK Telecom doing this Baron pretty quick, though. Wolf just blocking some damage. They're going to disengage. Flawless may have come a little bit too far forward. Braum ultimate doesn't connect with anybody, though. And that's looking a bit disjointed.
Yeah, it is. You have the Braum Q, you have the Braum ultimate, you have 2 Iceborne gauntlets. You can't track anybody down right there. Not with the best engage, but Spenu dancing around just enough to deter them from taking the Baron and actually probably closing out this game.
Yep. Still holding that 5,000 gold lead at 29 minutes, which is pretty nice.
Bang's not going to get any weaker either, and we know what he can do in the late game on a blue build Ezreal.
Yeah, exactly. Faker's still very strong. Bengi actually doing a lot of damage. The whole team just doing a lot of damage. And Wolf soaking a lot of damage.
He's there to be the sponge.
Yep.
With what we see actually him pick up the Frozen Heart in the end, and their only damage threats are Fiora really and Lucian. By going for Eye of the Watcher, Sassen has delayed some of his AP, so he's not going to be quite as strong as other Lulus would be.
Looks like he wants to pick up a death cap now.
Yeah, it still has the Rod of Ages stacking, so it's not going to be terribly weak, but just chose a more delayed late game Lulu build based around Vision.
Aggressive Bengi's killing all the wards.
He's got it on lockdown, man.
Yep.
Back to Baron control, but SKT just needs to properly set up for this push onto the tier 2. Duke's still there. We'll see what the state of Fiora versus Poppy is. Looks like it's pretty good for Poppy.
I was going to say, Duke on the run, though, so after getting the knockup, but that actually dodges her post. Duke turning around, throwing Sora into the wall there.
Wow,
and neither wants to finish it, but Duke seems to be kind of coming out ahead.
Well, now that he sees Flawless is over on the other side of the map, he really wants this one.
Yep, W works. There's a knock-up. Sora trying to dash away. Duke comes in again for the kill. He gets it, though. Oh, hello. Shot Barrage a little bit late.
Protection Barrage.
Yep.
Culling will be absorbed by Unbreakable, and SKT just pounding their way through. Now, Duke, of course, does have more gold due to the global objectives, but these items just working extremely well against Fiora. I'm excited to see if other people pick up on this Poppy build into this matchup.
Well, finding a way to take up Fiora has been kind of a premium
yes,
thing
it
to be
has
looking
been.
for. And people are figuring it out. Here comes the teleport coming in. Flawless Secret not able to make a big impact into stopping SKT from going to this Baron. They're still doing it. Sassen waiting. Baron getting low. This is dangerous for SKT. They get the Baron. They can turn around now. Secret caught out completely. Has to flash over the wall. That's the Lulu ult out of the way as well. And so that's going to mean an easy team fight for SKT, I'm thinking.
Well,
Wolf getting low, though.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice pillar by Trundle to disengage because he put it, instead of putting it on Poppy and the Braum, he actually just hit it right over the wall to make sure that Faker and Bang couldn't use their gap closers to come over and finish off the kills. So he actually keeps everybody on his team alive by doing that. But still, in the end, the Baron to SK Telecom.
It's true. And it may be a dragon pretty soon, too.
Dragon number 4.
Yep. Coming up for SK Telecom as Spenu tries to push up this mid lane.
It's time for a nice shopping voyage.
Shopping voyage. That sounds like
it's an odyssey of shopping.
Viking themed good story, you know? shopping for Lineage.
I'd go there. I would get my Viking supplies there.
Oh, trying to go after Faker, but getting a lot of damage done with the culling. Over the wall comes Bang though. Nuclear takes a big chunk of health. Missing. Duke comes in. Bang fires that true shot barrage through the team. SKT has Spenu on the run. They take out the jungler already. There goes Soar. And SKT can get as much as they can out of this and then just turn right around for that 4th dragon anytime they want.
Nuclear has to actually disengage after Duke hits him, but there's Secret.
Wow, they catch Secret, couldn't run away in time, and with that Baron buff, you don't need that 4th dragon. With the death timers this long, you might as well grab an inhibitor out of it.
Sure, go for the win even.
Yeah, probably could.
30 seconds left on Soar and Secret.
Yeah, I think it will be enough. They're burning through those objectives so fast. And it doesn't look like Spenu is going to be able to stop SK Telecom from taking their first win of the night here at about 34 minutes. A little bit of action on the Nuclear, but there goes the second Nexus turret. And there goes the Nexus, and SK Telecom with a pretty measured, methodical win here in Game 1.
That's more what we expect from SKT.
Yeah.
Great play on the map, excellent warding to make good decisions, and then just a very surgical style of dismantling the opponent. Once they get an advantage, it's so hard to come back from it because they know how to snowball very well. That looked way better than their games against EM Fire last week.
I think a lot of people, themselves included, certainly Coma, were disappointed by that match against EM Fire and SK Telecom. Coming back and playing a solid game here in game number 1.
Very nicely done.
Yeah.
Spenu, they had some luck early. We got to see Sassen have a couple of kills, but the Poppy play was way better. And I really like that Duke deviated in terms of our standard Poppy builds to see a more aggressive Poppy with the Sterix and the earlier Iceborne Gauntlet and Sterix combination together in order to show that you can actually 1v1 Fiora. Of course, he did have a little bit more gold, so that was a major factor, but still, he was pretty convincingly winning those 1v1s.
Yeah, it seemed to work really well. And that really kind of calls into question the kind of priority on the Fiora pick now that this Poppy build is out there.
I think it's still very much a skill-based matchup, but the nice thing for Poppy with the early Iceborne is that you at least have reliable CC on the Fiora, because it doesn't matter what she riposts, you're still going to get the auto attack down with the Iceborne proc. And then if she tries to all in you, you have the Sterix to give yourself that little bit of extra burst of life at the end.
Very true. We'll be back for game 2 right after this. welcome back to Champion Spring. Duke getting the MVP for that top Poppy play, able to handle the Fiora very easily.
Yeah, and much better TPs, honestly, that game from Duke. That's been one of the major failings of SKT, is their inability to coordinate around teleports, but that game he was much more on point, and it made a massive difference. And that was just great. I mean, Sor, that was a very poor place to TP, but he really turned that one around, and that's what happened to that TP at the top side.
Yep. That's right. And Bang was really on with the two-shot barrages, except for that one. But I guess it was flashed.
Yeah, I mean, you got a flash.
Whatever.
That's a major win. And of course, down here, Duke just using that Iceborne Gauntlet very effectively, continuously slowing Sor, gets the flash, and then finishes him off. The heroic charge auto attack.
Yep. And that was pretty much all it took for SKT to continuously get farther and farther ahead in this game. Really kind of controlling things from minute one.
And that's what we expect from SK Telecom, just a level of precise control that leads into a very methodical snowball and understanding of when they can press their advantages safely. And we didn't see that last week against the Empire, but this time around they pull it off.
Well, we know they can, and it's very clear when a team like SK Telecom or a team like the Rocks Tigers is either trying or not trying that hard. It becomes very obvious. And today, it seems like it's all business for SK Telecom.
It has been. Well, coach is back in the booth. Faker and Bengi are in there as well, so no substitutions for SKT. I think they just want to finish off this series and show everybody that they're not going to have any more slip-ups like they did against EM Fire or against the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah, or against Jinair. It's been, they need to prove something to the fans here. There we go. So into picks and bans for game number 2 between SKT and Spenu, the Lee Sin band coming in against Flawless, as we often see, along with the Nidalee band. And that Rise band against Faker is par for the course as well.
Yeah, Spenu, Callista, and Victor were their bans. In the first game, it will be the Callista again. Will they have the luxury of banning the Victor will be the question. Alistar was banned out by SKT. Instead, they're going to take away the Corki, so they may want to first pick the Alistar here. GP up, Lulu up, Alistar up. So something is going to find its way into the hands of SK Telecom.
Yeah, but get something good. So what's the last ban going to be for Spenu? What's the biggest threat to take away? The Victor, can't really argue with that.
Well, they leave up 3 of the big picks then, so if they want the GP... Now remember, GP fell all the way through the draft in the last game, so no one wanted to take the early game hit by going for the Pirate, but Lulu still available here for Spenu. I don't know if they want to do that again, though, because Sassen, even though he was a bright spot on his team,
clearly you got to take the Graves away from Bengi, man. He's just too aggressive. He's just too aggressive on that Graves.
I think Bengi will be happy just to get the Elise this game.
Well, he can take the Rek'Sai too if he wants. I mean, he's got 2 picks that he's very comfortable with, so they will take the Graves Lucian. And there's Lulu for Faker, and Bengi will presumably go with the Rek'Sai. I mean, it's a great pairing along with the Lulu.
It's going to be one more time, Doa. A protect the Bang composition. How many tanks can we get for Bang's Blue Ezreal? It's going to be a lot.
I think so.
Why not just Tom Kenshin again, the top side? Whatever.
Wouldn't be surprised. I think they might wait to see what the top lane pick is going to be for Spenu.
Ezreal, Tom Kench.
Yep.
Well, Spenu, are they going to take the Fiora this time, knowing that the Poppy is lurking? Sassen's been playing a lot of Jace this season.
Duke could take the Fiora as well. I mean, Lulu ult onto Fiora when she dives in is just as good. You could go something like Fiora Ezreal, but we'll see. Poppy Jace would be pretty interesting. Poppy Bard.
Holding off, I think.
Yep.
On that mid lane pick. No need to take it quite so early. And like you said, Fiora definitely a possibility. GP a possibility.
Yeah, so that may actually be a top lane Lulu too. The GP locked in, I mean, it can go either way. They can kind of swap Lulu and gangplank around wherever they feel the matchup is best, and Ben can go with the Ezreal, he can go with the Tristana. I think the Ezreal's maybe a little bit better, but they're going to go with the Tristana.
I'm actually, yeah, that's an interesting pickup. We don't usually see Tristana picked unless there's a Kalista on the enemy team just for the lane matchup.
Yeah.
But it is a huge reset composition, and the combination of Lulu with GP, so basically if GP can get a good chunk off with the barrels to start a fight, Tristana will just keep resetting with Wild Growth forever. So it can be a good opener. You land that one barrel, and then Tristana just rips through the enemy team with rocket jump after rocket jump immediately thereafter.
Well, it'd be cool to see Sassen's Vel'Koz, but I don't know. And it's going to be the Zillion. All right, saw some Zillion yesterday. Looks like we're going to see it again today.
Saw some Zillion yesterday, now Sassen Zillion today.
Yeah, pretty close. Yeah.
Well, it's another dive composition. This is what we see around the Zillion, usually that Poppy Zillion combination, just so you can get in deep under the turret. And everybody with those dashes except for Bard. Obviously, this would be better with something like Alistar, but the Bard allows you to set up a lot of dives because you can basically just Tempered Fate the turret and then just dive them super easily.
Yeah.
And there's no defense to that. If you land a couple of those bombs, hit the tower with the Tempered Fate, and follow up on the stun with everybody else. So I like it. It's another interesting solution. We are going to see Faker play the mid lane Lulu in the end, and Duke will be in the top side on the gangplank. So pretty much every SK Telecom game we've seen Faker be on the GP, but not this time around. And
yeah,
that Zillion not going to have such a great time. I think they may have thought that Duke would be playing the Lulu, which is reasonable to expect, but it's just such a great flex pick for SKT that they have the luxury of just having the Lulu there in the mid lane. Makes it very difficult for the bombs to actually land because she has Whimsy, so good dodge, and has the shield too.
Yeah, not to mention a good amount of poke.
Yeah.
As Lulu always has, which Zillion has a tough time responding to if his bomb's on cooldown.
Yeah. Also just the wave clear. Some of the successful Zillions have been autoing the turret early, not so in this game.
That's right, SK Telecom looking for the 2-0. Let's see if they get it.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while
And we're back once again for perhaps the last time tonight. SK Telecom versus Spenu, a very solid win for SKT in game number 1, and it's hard to imagine that it would be any different here against a team like Spenu in game number 2, but Sassen bringing out something we haven't seen from him before in the Zillion, and we'll see if Spenu can dive well enough to make it work. A little bit of brawling in the early game here. Bengi actually gets caught by the Celestial Binding. Bengi goes down. First blood goes to Secret. Faker in a lot of trouble now. Trying to get away. Bang comes in, pops that Summoner heal. Faker gets a double kill for Secret early on. Oh, this is already my kind of game, Monte Cristo. Secret getting bloodthirsty.
Wow, what a collapse there by Spenu on the early invade, and Secret making the plays with that Ignite. Great Cosmic Bindings, and you have that Bard at level 1 can be really powerful if you're running the Thunderlords on him. He's getting those empowered auto attacks, and that's going to be a big play there.
Wow.
Great binding, and then of course the AoE from the bomb hitting, great flash from sword, just wonderful setup.
And then Secret asks Faker, do you want to build a snowman? Faker says no, but he's like, all right, then die. Look at that, flashing for it, I love it. That's how you play Bard, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Spenu's going to start this game with 1,000 gold advantage in the pocket, and that will be absolutely fantastic. The sad thing is, and you will disagree with me, Doa, Secret actually, he got both those kills.
That's not bad at all. Hey, everybody else got assists, they can't complain. Sassen even got 2. But this is an incredibly powerful dual lane for Wolf and Bang to deal with now.
Yeah, SKT might have considered lane swapping against that, but I think that at least with Duke, he'll have an easier time farming against Poppy than he would. So I think they're saying, okay, well, we're going to take the hit in the early game, just have Bang and Wolf underneath the turret, concentrate around the top side of the map, and then see if we can just get this GP into the ultra late game superpower zone.
Superpower zone. Ooh,
that is
Bang.
the official terminology for it.
Ultra late game superpower zone.
That's right.
It's way too long for an overlay. See if we can make it work. We need to shorten it.
I'm getting all my terminology ideas from anime now.
Why not?
Just as long as flowery as possible.
Gotta get hot-blooded. So you just have to make a speech about why it's the greatest thing ever, you know? And at the end you just say, who the hell do you think I am? Oh, Saucin, revenge of the Faker here, but Faker is going into a 1v3 now.
There's no flash, remember, but...
Yep, but there is a magical journey. Faker is going deep. Yeah, he definitely can.
Faker is now
Where's that Whimsy cooldown? He's got no mana.
A quest for suicide.
Quest. Oh, so close to that Cosmic Binding, and there's the... Yep, Flawless got that with the flash. Flash auto will do it.
I'm actually really surprised that he wrapped back around into the turret for the self-kill, because if you look, Duke was all the way pushed up in the top lane. Duke actually could have made a move through the Tri-Brush.
I mean, he could have. Soar might have contested that, and I don't know what the Graves Poppy matchup is at this level, but yeah, you'd think he would have at least tried to
He can walk
go
into
for
the
it.
jungle. He could have done that. It looks like,
well, just tilt them.
Faker could have perhaps escaped from that. He's now in the land of double Doran's rings. He didn't give the opposing mid laner a kill or even an assist, so there's not a lot of extra gold saved from the large CS lead that Sasa managed to pick up, but Faker will recover some of that off of this minion wave.
Yep. But pulverized, and here comes Flawless, taking the magical journey and banging Wolf on the run.
Yeah, big minion wave there, so you can't actually fight it amongst all the caster minions. Yep. Especially with all the both flashes from Nuclear and Secret still down. They were not going to win that fight. They attempted to follow up, even with Flawless there.
They're really desperate to make a play on Saucin in the mid lane. He's got no flash, and so they can knock him up here.
Wow,
Faker
that
can't
was
chase.
a terrible flash.
Yeah.
There was just no follow-up. Faker has no ignite. He has no flash. You're not going to actually be able to secure that kill.
It's a unusual amount of desperation from SKT. I mean, yeah, your early game went really bad, but just stay calm, you know?
Yeah, look at how Duke is doing. He's doing great in the top lane. Why not just play passively? You're playing Lulu in mid lane. Just sit there and let Duke carry on the GP late. He's already got the advantage. He's successfully pressuring. So there's no need to lose your head and start trying to make very difficult plays, especially against a Zillion who can just hit E and zoom his way out.
Yeah. I mean, Faker's keeping up in CS as well, so it's not quite as frantic as it needs to, or as Faker and Bengi are kind of making it seem right now.
But this advantage that Spenu already has is going to be great for diving into mid game, and that's where they're really going to have to make their plays. Around the Chrono Shift and around the Bard ultimate so they can actually pick up kills.
Zor goes into the ult on the Duke. He's going all in, but here's Flawless to help out. Duke trying to back away. He's behind enemy lines now, though. Flashes around the wall. Nobody coming up to really help him. Maybe he can make something happen to Soar, but no, there's a flash. Soar picks up that kill. SKT down 4 kills to nothing already.
Yeah, you know, he had the wards in the river. He thought he was safe enough, but Soar just ties him up, and Flawless is able to get around through the lane and make that play. Duke not going to be missing out on too much CS, looks like. Well, maybe about half a wave. No TP available for him right now.
It's going to hurt.
1,500 gold the lead.
I was going to say, yeah, that's a pretty big gold lead already for Spenu here in the early stages of the game. And it could all turn around, but not a good start for SKT.
Fortunately for them, they have the tools to make it in the late game. As long as they can survive the mid game against the Zillion dives, if they can just keep Spenu spread out and farming and not grouping for turret dives, by the time they reach the late game, they just have so much disengage, because if the dive comes through, they have an ulting Alistar, they have a knockback from Tristana, they have Wild Growth, they have just the barrel zoning from Gangplank, so it's going to be super hard to dive this composition, even with a Zillion. So if they can just recover this deficit, SK Telecom still has a very good chance of winning this game. And the longer this laning phase goes, the better it will be for SKT.
I don't think they're too worried about it just yet. Bengi on the run, or on the kind of crawl, I guess, with Rek'Sai.
On the swim most of the time, but on the crawl right there.
On the wriggle. Remember there used to be an item called Wriggle's Lantern?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. Junglers were on the wriggle all the time.
They were just wriggling away. Yep. Poor Wriggle's Lantern. And Madrid's Blood Razor, never forget.
Yep. Is Atma's Impaler still in the game?
No.
That was way gone.
It's one of the worst items.
Poor Heart of Gold.
That was one of the best items.
Yeah. Poor Philosopher's Stone. Rip items.
So many items coming and going over the years.
Now Flawless coming right now to the bot lane. Nice tempered fade on the Bang. They caught him. Wolf trying to defend his AD carry. Secret flashing ahead, gets the slow. Bang turning around, pushes back Nuclear, and it looks like he may be able to make it out. He will. He'll use that summoner heal in the end, along with the flash, but at least they'll survive.
That was actually a preferable trade for SKT. They got knowledge of the jungler. They got 2 ultimates out and 3 summoners in return for 2. So when the dust settles, Bang and Wolf definitely not in the worst position. The Temper Fate came a little bit early. Wallace wasn't quite in position to follow up on the stasis, but he is in position to go ahead and take this dragon.
Yep, guess so. Baker coming down to try to prevent this from happening, but
you mean attack a pink
he
ward?
Can, yeah. Have to just attack the ward instead. So first dragon of the game also goes to Spenu.
I know we're seeing these time bombs here at the blue buff, but the real time bomb is in the top lane, Noah.
Sure.
And that's GP,
Yeah.
who remains stubbornly ahead and now has a teleport advantage, as Sora is forced to come and collect this wave close to his turret. And here comes Faker and Bengi for a dive.
Yeah, well, dive is coming. No flash on Sora right now, and there's a GP ult. Should be an easy kill, and it is. Bengi picking up that one.
They make the counterplay. They know everyone's a dragon right now. Faker decides to turn around as he understands what's going on and just immediately walk into the top side. The wave is already ready for the dive, and Sora is in the rough situation where he TPs into his own death as he collects that wave, so gets a little bit greedy, starts panicking because he's down in CS, and now he's going to be punished for it even harder. More money for Duke. There. Oops, and kill him.
Missed it. Needs to get those silver serpents, man.
Gotta stack him up.
Yep, gotta stack some serpents.
You know, he's a pirate and he's collecting like doubloons. I don't understand why they're serpents instead of some sort of sea creature.
Maybe it's a water snake. Could be.
I've never heard someone call a water snake a serpent before.
I don't know. Well, any snake can be a serpent.
I know, but it's just in common use.
Maybe anacondas. There's a snake that spends a lot of time in water, right? Some silver anacondas.
I don't get that one.
Yeah. Silver anaconda sounds something more like you would name your car if you're like a really rich, insecure person.
Something, I think there actually is like a sea monster on the actual coin too, which...
Yeah, it's a kraken.
So why is it a silver serpent? The kraken is on the damn coin.
I don't know. Silver kraken just doesn't roll off the tongue quite as nice.
We could have copper krakens.
Yeah, but copper really isn't worth as much.
Well, I mean, Gangplank needs like 500 of those things to play an ult upgrade, so
Hey,
I would argue they're not worth very much already.
Well, he's upgrading a ship, you realize.
Oh, okay.
This takes a lot of money, man. He's not just like buying a new gun. He's upgrading an entire galleon.
He's pimping his ride.
That's right. Because X wouldn't give it to him.
Gotta use his own money to pimp that ride.
That's right. I mean, you got to think about the other, like silver serpents make sense. If you're looking at other sea creatures like, I don't know, platinum penguin doesn't sound quite as threatening, right? That doesn't sound like something a pirate would collect. That sounds like something a girl in kindergarten would collect. Platinum penguins. Yeah, I think Silver Serpent works just fine, although there's no serpent on
No,
the coin.
it does not work just fine, Della.
Chrome Krakens.
There you go, the Chrome Kraken.
Now that really sounds like a car that an insecure rich person would have. I'll pick you up at 8 in the Chrome Kraken. You know what I say when I turn this baby on? I bet you can't guess. So that's when you get slapped, basically.
Wow,
Oh.
Faker dodging.
Yeah, man, dodging all the skill shots. Both bombs. Tempered Fate doesn't land either. And this is the day you almost caught Faker. Well, you caught him with that bomb, but you
He's
missed
got
with
shield.
both.
And that's the thing, if you don't hit him with both bombs, and it's incredibly difficult to do with the Whimsy, you're just going to end up having the shield absorb that damage. And Faker just going for the fast Morello and Amacon in this game. Sasa has the Rod of Ages constructing, but not really having any AP to burst through the shield yet. Now Bengi is going to take away this Rift Herald as Wolf going to use his trample passive to farm in the mid lane.
Yep.
Faker's actually going to get the buff. That is, we almost never see that going to a mid laner.
Well, we'll see how much use he can put to it. I mean, the thing is I suppose whatever helps him stay alive a little bit easier.
Well, you know what, Doa? SKT has a gold lead now.
Yeah, they do.
After that turret.
Oh, Wolf has to pop his ultimate to stay alive. He will stay alive, though.
Well, so much of that gold lead is just his GP. Duke has been running off the rails in the top lane in spite of his dev.
I don't know what this is going to be all about, man. I mean, SKT with gold lead at 15 minutes. Weird stuff.
In spite of having 4 deaths in the early game, including a double kill right off the bat.
There's an easy flash taken from Sor.
Yeah, did use his head of his W up to block any kind of dashes in from Bengi.
Yep.
But they're going to get so much damage on this top turret, and Sword just can't do anything right now.
He's so far down in CS, too.
They're going to try and dive the bottom side. Wolf does not have his ultimate.
Yep. Oh, Wolf, nice knock up. Nuclear manages to get out of it, though. Faker drops his ult.
Duke's
and
coming.
Here he comes, or rather, not Faker. Duke drops his ult. Faker helps get the easy kill on the Nuclear. He's going to flash over the wall, going in onto Flawless. There's a Whimsy. Easy to kill a defenseless squirrel. Haha.
Lulu is so sadistic. She turns
right.
people into cute animals and then executes them.
It's because it's easier. They don't fight back as much.
You know, that's usually a trait of a psychopath, though.
I know.
Cruelty to innocent animals.
Yeah, the cruelty to animals at a young age. Yeah, somebody needs to put Lulu
Faker-
on the watch list here.
Like, Lulu is actually so evil that instead of killing a conscious champion, she will turn them into an innocent creature in order to be even more vicious in the end.
Well, if you've read Lulu's lore, you'll realize that she's actually totally insane. It's a very sad story, really. SK Telecom takes their first dragon, but Lulu like wandered off into the forest or whatever, got like sucked into the pixie world somehow, and then when she came back, she had been changed by magic, and all her friends and family were dead because it was such a long time. So she was insane. Uh-oh. Faker. Wild Growth, can he survive? No. No, we can't. No.
Bomb stun.
No. Yep.
Fortunately, the bomb stun, he gets caught out. No flash after trying to flash over the wall there into the tri-brush to pick up the kills. 1, 3, and 2 here for Faker. And Bengi has to go prop up the mid lane turret. There's just not a lot of damage there to take it down. And Secret need some damage. They're still working on it, though. They do get the stun with the double bomb onto Bengi. Flawless there. Try and just provide the necessary auto attacks. Nice job. They're going to get the turret. Very well done.
Well, he just turned bomb dodging into a permanent minigame for Bengi there. You couldn't really do anything about that turret.
Oh, big mistake. That's a huge blow as they give Spenu a window back into this game with a lot of gold as well as control over the mid lane when they had gone up to a 2-turret lead. Gangplank still massive, however, and completing a Trinity Force now, as well as his BF sword.
Yep. Bengi just heading right back up to top. Let's try to defend that turret a little bit more. And Bang has been keeping up too, so will be a threat later on, probably. Pew pew.
Pew pew under the turret. They're trying to finish this off. have enough zone here. Flawless is doing a great job of actually just moving from lane to lane and making sure that they get the objective kills to get them back into this game. That's the second one in a row that he's helped out just with using their Graves range to make a big difference.
Sauce's bombs have been really good this game too. He's hit a lot.
Everybody dodge the bombs. Wolf is here.
Yeah, Wolf is here. And Sauce's got his flash though, so not a big scary situation. Ooh, Tempered Fate just whiffs completely.
Baker just barely on the outside of that one.
SKT, I mean, as long as they keep playing safe, they are probably still okay here, but Spenu doing as much as they can with this little opportunity.
Yeah, it's tough though. Gold lead has been seesawing back and forth, but Spenu has not made the most of that early game that they had, and they kind of just let Duke farm in the top lane. He's the worst person to have that happen. So now he's getting closer and closer to the edge, and Sassen.
Duke drops the gangplank called Sassen on the run, and he's still got that flash, so he's totally fine.
Trying to kill him so they could actually take this mid lane turret, but they have to turn onto the Rift Herald instead now as a consolation prize. Zillion just too fast.
Yep. We'll get this right before the Rift Herald is going to go down. Looks like.
There it goes. So Duke is going to get it and start a split pushing mission into top lane.
Yep, it's about time.
Back to glorious wave clearing. Spenu, if this is the time where they have to really start thinking about actually trying to dive turrets or force some more objectives, because that's the way that you actually win with this composition. I mean, we've seen Energy play something very similar as an introduction to this mid lane Zillion, and we saw it in Korea yesterday, and it was very effective when run by KT. But you have to know the timing on it to make the most out of your advantage. And if you don't really start snowballing, there's not a lot of point to running it. Because using that chrono shift defensively just allows your enemy team to back off and then just re-engage when it's on cooldown, or just punish somebody and then turn it around. You have to play aggressively. Another missed Tempered Fate.
Secret had such a strong early game, but starting to miss those ultimates, and you really can't afford to do that.
Well, it's really hard to hit a Lulu, to be fair.
Yeah. But I mean, he had 2 targets there. I'm just saying I'm disappointed in him, that's all.
Yeah, Flawless actually takes the blue buff with the smite.
Yep.
SKT not committing, but there's nobody up here who can actually stop Duke. He's got the Herald buff, so just a little bit extra pushing power. And his CS lead has remained relatively static, but Sort continuously having to deal with him in the tier 2.
Well, they've got the wave clear at the tier 1 at least, so they can kind of hold that indefinitely, but while they do, what else is going to be going on?
And the pushing power, they have this Tristana with the explosive charge. Duke trying to set up barrels right here just as a way to chain into the tier 2 and try and punish this Poppy further. They've got to figure out a way, Spenu, to actually push back at this point or engage some sort of fight, because they can't just keep letting SKT farm up. That is not going to be their advantage. They're lining up around the Dragon once again.
The Dragon just came back up. SK Telecom and Spenu would each like their second. TP. Wow, Sassen coming back in really fast.
Gotta throw these bombs at them right now.
That's right, the bombs. Well, they were gonna explode. He needed to get rid of those. He'd already pulled the pins on those. SKT has a good angle on this Dragon.
Zillion's a really messed up old man. People usually mellow out when they're old, but Zillion just runs around throwing bombs at people.
Well, yeah, man, because he's crazy, because in his lore, he ended up at the top of this tower and he went to sleep and we came back. Oh, Tempered Fate, hit bang. Spenu can't really capitalize. Wolf with a nice defense there. Ults himself. Faker takes a bit of damage. And SKT, nice damage on Assassin. They avoid losing their AD carry.
Well, what are they going to do? Poppy has to get out of lane right here. Soar can't even deal with Duke, so every time SKT goes up, it's Duke just continuing to ram this lane down, or this minion wave down the top lane, and slowly, ever so slowly, picking up a tiny bit of damage onto this top lane turret. Faker has to go bottom now just to clear out the wave, and they've got enough holding pressure, looks like, around the dragon with the number of wards that they have to discourage Spenu from coming in here.
Yep.
Well, not yet. They do have the Rift Scuttler, so they're going to try and make the most of this, but Duke is in a much better position to TP.
Oh, they have to. They have to make a statement at some point. And this is the time to do it.
This really shouldn't be fighting around this drag.
No, they're going to try anyway. Dragon getting low. There's a knockup from Wolf. Dragon still alive for the moment. Flawless comes in and steals it. That does go to the second one for Spenu. Flawless low out of the fight. They get the kill on the Bang right away, actually. And now Spenu coming back through the magical journey. Got to be careful. Faker picks up her return kill. Spenu on the run now. They'll be happy with just that Dragon. Oh, Nuclear very low. The auto from Faker nearly finishes him. Assassin now the new target. Wild Growth onto Faker. Ults himself to keep himself alive. They get the kill on Assassin, and Faker with the double, making Spenu pay for that Dragon big time.
Wow, so okay, they go for the Dragon, but Spenu, it's like they're forgetting how to play this team composition.
Bengi, what are you doing?
I don't know, taking a few bars out of those. Right. Delaying a recall, so you have more time, quality time in this mid lane. Even though Duke's TP was pretty late there, honestly, he did manage to drop the ult down to get the damage, and Bang caught out, but Faker picking up the big cleanup kills in the end for Luton's Echo. Let's take a look at how that happened, because Bang here, he is going to get caught and just stunned straight into the wall. Bangy tries to go and save him, but he also gets hit by those bombs. Flawless low to start off that fight. Faker with the ignite picks it up, and then Saucet and Nuclear. Saucet has a flash rather, because the Chrono Shift was used onto Flawless, but Flawless, it timed out by the time that Flawless actually died. So because what happened was SKT switched targets immediately after seeing the Chrono Shift onto Flawless.
Yeah, but did you see how Flawless died?
Yeah, to Gromp.
Yeah, he ran up and attacked the Gromp and got killed by it. All right.
Or maybe he was trying to trigger the Chrono Shift himself once he saw the Ignite on him. I don't know.
Could have been.
I didn't see how far away it was from expiring, but at the start of that fight, the Chrono Shift went down very quick because Flawless got chunked out.
Gromp, don't let them take me. You do it. Give me an honorable death. Hit it, Grompaku.
Grompaku.
Oh, thanks, Bengi. No, go away. Everyone's getting bombs. Wow, all right.
Waiting for the W from Poppy to be down.
Yeah, Duke dropped his ultimate. They're funneling Spenu into this choke here. Bengi coming in for the big knockup. Duke throwing down the barrels, and now Soar taken out very, very quickly. Spenu on the run. Magical Journey won't really get people too much closer, but Faker flanking from the side. Nice slow with the Glitter Lance onto Saucet. Spenu still disengaging. There's an E, another nice slow. Magical Journey. I think people are going to be taking that. Everyone's going on a Magical Journey. Nice Cosmic Binding on the other side.
More Glitter Lances.
Spenu, yeah, man. I mean, he's landing the E and then he's using that to get those long-distance Glitter Lances to keep the chase up. Flashing there for that one. And Secret will go down. Flawless in trouble. Wolf comes in. They're going to dive it for that kill on the Nuclear. And wow, they're going deep. Double kill again for Faker.
SKT played that chase so well.
Oh, yeah.
They were so patient on the engage on that flank. They just corralled everybody inside their own jungle. And Faker taking the trip through the river around the Tri-Brush and just continuously landing his Glitter Lances. And look at the Luton's Echo damage coming through. They're going to take a nice Magical Journey here, but Flawless and Saucet very low. Bang cleans up one kill, and Faker's just sidestepping the Cosmic Binding on the other side.
Duke Penguins.
Yeah, Duke's going to set up some barrels, and then you see right here, Wolf using just the wraparound right there. He has doesn't have the Boots of Ability, but has the Alacrity Enchantment Swifties. So he just outpaces the competition. And then Faker and Bengi going deep to pick up the kill. So Faker rebounding now with 7 kills in this game.
Well, SK Telecom managed to grab the Baron during all of that as well. And should be most likely cruising to a pretty easy win at this point.
Yeah, pretty.
Do you need 2 rapid fire cannons on Tristana?
No, no, you don't.
I don't know about that.
That is a very interesting build from Tristana.
I get the impression that they don't stack.
Yeah,
but I guess it's worth looking up. SKT sieging this tier 2 down and bottom, and Sassen with a really nice defense.
I'm double checking that right now just to make extra special sure.
I did not think they did. I mean, I guess you need 1 for each hand, arguably. But
2 cannons? I don't know. Tristan only has 1 cannon.
Oh, big fight's going on right now. Faker with the wild growth right away on the Bang, trying to keep him alive. Eats a full culling though. Bang manages to get out of the fight anyway. Bengi thrown against the wall by Soar, but Soar is going to go down very quickly. Oh, not quite yet. Escapes with like 0 health. Meanwhile, Sassen, well, no health left for Flawless in the meantime. And now SKT coming in with all these kills. Duke gets the kill on the Soar in the end, and SK Telecom should have another turn or 2 out of this.
Making it look easy. Even with the chrono shift onto Poppy, they sort of ignore Poppy until they actually have to kill her. Comes back up with over half HP, but still trying to make that work. It does, well, actually end up falling.
This could be the end of a pretty quick game, depending on how aggressive SK Telecom wants to be with it. They've got the Baron, they've got both inhibitors down. They don't need to stick around. And with the death timers at 10 seconds, I'm kind of surprised they're going for it, but they are for now. Sassen knocked up again by Rek'Sai, still alive though. Bengi could have finished him off really easily, but decides not to. They're going to go for the Nexus instead. Spenu up, can they defend their Nexus? Does not look like it. And SK Telecom takes a quick game 2 to close out this series very, very smoothly. GG.
Yeah, and in spite that huge deficit that they had from the level 1, giving up the 2 kills, blowing so many summoners, etc., measured play, and Duke is just left unconstrained in the top lane to get absolutely massive.
Yeah.
But even with the Gangplank, if we just look at the team play and the way that SKT was positioning on the map, they had the better TPs from Duke, which is refreshing to see, honestly, especially after their game against the Empire. And they just did an excellent job, Faker, on that Lulu, controlling the team fights, chasing people down, and punishing the positional errors made by Spenu.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Spenu, that means they are now 0-6 here in Champion Spring. Pretty devastating start of the season for these guys.
Yeah, and by the way, Doa, yes, the Fire Cannon is a unique passive.
Thought so.
I thought so too. But
just went for the pure stats, I guess? I don't know.
I mean, well, the stats technically from the Rapid Fire Cannon with more movement speed and more attack speed actually do get you that unique passive faster, which is interesting. So there's that aspect of it for sure.
Interesting. Yeah.
Still think they're better guys.
Probably. Probably. I think it's all he had gold for, and he's like, all right, let's get 2 of these in the game. Worked out. But how about Faker on that Lulu?
Fantastic again. We know he's an excellent Lulu player. Sometimes people want to see him on something more flashy, but he plays team fights so well.
I think that was about as flashy as you can make Lulu. Looked good to me.
We'll see. Of course, we are going to have a post-game interview with the members of SK Telecom. There is Wolf packing up his gear. Easy win this week for SKT. They look much more on point after that pretty poor showing against the Empire. This was much more convincing.
Yeah. This is more like the SK Telecom we know that they can be. And the MVP's moving out for the interview. And we'll see who our Game 2 MVP is going to be. It is. This may come as a shock, but it's Faker.
100% kill contribution rate.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Why not? Did a lot of work on Lulu that game.
Yep.
I really like the way he played that last team fight and his decision just to wrap all the way around the dragon. And
well, you get that big glitter lance across the front of the team, and then you land the E, and that lets you kind of perpetually slow people. But
that was so close. I mean, look at that. He was just on a pixel there, turning right back around afterwards.
Yep.
Great control from Faker, and oh my, just the dodges there, ridiculous.
And then Flawless died to the ground.
Whoops. Yeah. Puts a follow-up too. I mean, Glitter Lance there nearly picks up the kill with the auto attack, and the passive from Lulu does end up sticking picks over onto Sassen, and then getting the Glurlance kill, and this cutoff right here. Very confident. You see him just go through, and look at this. He's the first through, and he immediately sidesteps, but it was a late Cosmic Binding there from Secret. And then pursuing all the way through the base alongside Bengi in the end. Secret gets slowed, Secret gets killed. Wolf is going to stop Flawless right there, and then the pile-on through. Wolf just backs off. Look, he's tanking the turret for them as long as he can in his ultimate, just so he can get that last kill. Great coordination on the dive.
Yep. That was the beginning of the end. Great game for SKT, great game for Faker. And one can only hope that we see more of this kind of SK Telecom and less of last week's SK Telecom for the rest of the season.
Indeed.
Yep, so we will have our MVP interview with Duke and with Faker. And Robin, of course, will be translating for us as usual, so go ahead.
Thank you very much, guys, for another great day on the cast, and we will be meeting the two MVPs of SKT versus Spenu, Duke and Faker. Now, Duke, today you guys took a victory against Spenu. How's it feel? Yeah, I'm glad that we were able to take a very clean victory. And yeah, that's it. You seem very happy. Yeah, I was pretty nervous. We have a lot of interviews with you. Maybe you're nervous because of something else, but are you satisfied with your performance today? Well, today I'm not too content with what I did, but I am to a degree satisfied. Now, before the match, what was your mindset coming into this match? Well, I wanted to take the victories very cleanly, without any sloppiness. Now, in the first game today, you guys had a 380 carry composition, triple 80 carry composition, and Bengi took Graves. Is this indicative of Bengi changing his style? Well, Bengi's usually pretty good at all this other stuff, but he showed Graves today, and I'm happy that he was able to exhibit his skill sets. Are you that nervous today? I was sweating a lot in the first game. And the fans thought I was crying because the sweat from my forehead dripped down to my eyebrows. You know, you were sweating a lot, as you mentioned. Why was that? It was Spenu, so we were kind of tense. Now, you interrupted Fiora's teleport, you had a solo kill on Poppy. What was it like? If I don't get a solo kill, Fiora continues to get an advantage over Poppy. So I think it was necessary that I was able to kill him while I still had the upper hand. Now, do you have any plans over the Lunar New Year break? I want to sleep at home. That's it. Hopefully he'll be rested up for the next matches. Do you have any last words? Now, next match is going to be against KT, and there are a lot of tough matches ahead of us. And I will try my best to have a good showing. Now let's meet the one and only senpai, Faker. It's been a while since you've been in the interview booth. What is it like? Recently we haven't been doing too well. So I haven't really thinking about getting MVPs, but now that I received it, it does feel great. Last time during an interview you said, oh, now we know what our problem is. Well, I didn't say I know exactly what it was, but we didn't really have one problem that we could pinpoint. We had a lot of different issues. And I think we'll have to take time in fixing those and ironing it out. Now, in the second game, you guys gave out a lot of kills before the game started. Were you worried? We were invading the enemy jungle to ward, but we were actually thinking that if we meet them, we might die. And we took the gambit. We went in to put the wards, but yeah, it kind of backfired on us. we were like, oh, let's all go in together, and I didn't really want to go in, but the calls of the team was to go in, so I was like, yeah, okay, we got to commit as S5. Now Faker, everyone says don't give Faker Lulu, and today again you showed some amazing mechanics and nice little dodges. And because of the whimsy, her movement speed is ridiculously fast, so it's a lot easier to dodge skill shots. You roamed a lot on a high-speed Lulu today, and that was very impressionable. Yeah, as this new year, I want to win again since I am a pro gamer. And do you have anything to say to the fans? Yeah, I've died a lot recently, and my fans have been worrying. But I actually don't think that I have been slacking recently. So soon, it's going to be Lunar New Year next week, and Happy New Year to everyone, he says. And that appears to be it for the interviews, as announcer Cho is going to close it out, and I'm going to put it back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating again, Robin. So Duke and Faker with their parting words after the quick 2-0 over Spenu, and more or less today kind of went like we expected. Wasn't necessarily thinking that this would go to a game 3 in our first series, but Africa Freaks genuinely putting on the best performance we've seen from them all year.
Yeah, I think they really did do a good job against the Rocks Tigers. Was the Rocks Tigers draft not the best in game number 2? Absolutely, but they exploited it. They closed the game.
And then it was all serious business in match number 2 as SKT gets a quick 2-0 over Spenu Sonic Boom, who remains winless in the tournament, which is pretty tough.
Well, reminds you of a certain Spenu Sonic Boom team from last season.
Sure does, doesn't it? Rocks Tigers, though, 6-0 on the season in match score. Very, very good so far for them, but reminds me of a certain Rocks Tigers from last spring as well.
It's okay. They're not going to IEM this year, Della.
That's right. We're safe. We're safe. All right. SK Telecom moves up to 4-2. We expect that to continue to go that same way. Tomorrow, Jin Air Green Wings versus Samsung. That could be a really good match, in fact.
Yeah, it's going to tell us a lot about both of these teams. Jin Air have yet to hit the hard part of their schedule. Samsung getting over the SKT Tigers KT hump right now, so they have a chance to really prove themselves against Jin Air, who's had that really soft schedule.
Yeah, and then EM Fire versus Longju, and Longju should be able to pick up they'll be able to pick up a win there, maybe, tomorrow. I mean, Longju, though, again, a lot of talent, but a lot of coordination issues.
I just want to see more Crash. I can't get enough of Crash right now.
We can hope.
After what we saw yesterday, and Crash's just amazing jungle performances, it seems like he would be very exciting to watch. I love Chaser too, but Crash is he's unique in a way that we haven't seen from a jungler in a really long time.
He stands out far above the other junglers we've seen in years, I would say.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get to see him tomorrow. Thanks for watching tonight, guys. See you tomorrow for more Origin Champions.